منصات التواصل الاجتماعي على العلاقات الاجتماعية بشكل عام. وطبعا هذه المنصات أصبحت واقع قوي وليس واقع ضعيف في حياتنا، وليس من الحكمة أن مجرد نصدر أحكام حلال أو حرام، وليس أيضا من الحكمة أن نقول يعني يجب أن نغلقها ولا نتعامل معها، وأيضا ليس من الحكمة أن نترك الأمور على عواهنها فإن شاء الله في هذه المحاضرات سنحاول أن نبين فوائدها وأضرارها وكيف نستفيد منها وكيف نتجنبها، وبخاصة في مجال الأسرة. إن شاء الله المحاضرة الأولى ستركز على موضوع الأسرة، دور الأسرة. هل دور الأسرة المراقبة بمعنى التجسس والمنع، ولا دور الأسرة ممكن يكون أكبر من ذلك في الحفاظ على أولادنا، وفي نفس الوقت نكون واقعيين وعمليين في التعامل مع هذه قضية في غاية الأهمية، ولا نستطيع أن ندير لها ظهرنا. وإن شاء الله ستكون المحاضرة الأولى مع فضيلة الأستاذ الدكتور محمد البر، وهو طبعا علم غني عن التعريف، إمام مسجد مصعب ومؤسس كلية المنارة وجامعة المنارة للدراسات الإسلامية والعربية، وهو له الباع الكبير في مجال الدعوة ومثل هذه المواضيع بالذات هو أفضل من يتحدث فيها إن شاء الله. فأنا سأترك لفضيلته المجال على مدار مثلا 35 دقيقة، لكن هذه المواضيع ليس المحاضرة فيها هي الجزء الأهم. الجزء الأهم هو المناقشة، أن يكون بعد المحاضرة في مناقشة وأسئلة إن شاء الله لفضيلة الدكتور، ليكون في هناك حوار حول هذه القضية المهمة. إن شاء الله أترككم مع فضيلة الدكتور. أدعو الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يجري الحق دائما على قلبه ولسانه، وأدعو الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يجزيه عنا كل خير على مجيئه وعلى حضوره، وأن ينفعنا وإياكم بعلمه إن شاء الله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، نحمده ونستعينه ونستهديه ونستغفره ونعوذ به من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا، ونصلي ونسلم على خاتم النبيين والمرسلين وخير خلق الله أجمعين سيدنا محمد، الرحمة المهداة والنعمة المزداة والسراج المنير، صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وأصحابه وأزواجه أمهات المؤمنين وأتباعه والتابعين لهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. وصل وسلم وزد وبارك يا ربنا عليه وعلى سائر الأنبياء والمرسلين، صلاة وسلاما دائمين متلازمين لا ينقطعان إلى يوم أن نلقاك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم إنا نسألك خير هذه الليلة وخير ما فيها وخير ما بعدها، ونعوذ بك من شر هذه الليلة وشر ما فيها وشر ما بعدها. اللهم اجعل مجلسنا هذا مجلس علم وذكر تحفه الملائكة وتتغشاه الرحمة وتتنزل على من يحضره ويشاهده ويسمعه السكينة، وتذكرنا به في الملأ الأعلى. آمين آمين، إنك على ذلك قدير وبالإجابة جدير. وبعد، فحياكم الله تعالى، وشكر الله لكم جميعا، وشكر الله لشيخنا الشيخ الدكتور محمد موسى هذه الدعوة الكريمة المباركة. وأعلم أن لديه من النصائح والمواعظ والوصايا والتناول لهذا الموضوع ما فيه الكفاية وزيادة، ولكن يحب أن نستفيد جميعا إلى جواره من التحدث والمناقشة في هذا الموضوع، فجزاه الله خير الجزاء وأتمه وأوفاه. وبارك الله في إدارة هذا المسجد المبارك التي تتيح هذه اللقاءات الكريمة، التي نسأل الله ألا يحرمنا منها وأن يجعلها في موازين حسناتنا أجمعين. قولوا آمين. الموضوع موضوع مهم، المنصات التواصل والسوشيال ميديا والأسرة والأولاد وهو الموضوع العصري الذي لا ينتهي الحديث فيه. ناخد بس كده خطوة للخلف كما يقال من أجل 10 إلى الأمام. في السبعينيات اللي عايش الفترة دي يتذكر جيدا كيف كان الحديث عن التلفزيون، وكيف كان التلفزيون في ذلك الوقت كما كان بيصف الشيخ كشك الله يرحمه بالمفسديون. وكان النصائح بتخرج من الناس لبعضها: اوعى تدخل بيتك تلفزيون، لأن البيت لو دخل التلفزيون لو دخل البيت العيال هيسيبوا المدارس، الست هتسيب شغل البيت وتقعد للأفلام والمسلسلات، وهكذا. كان التخويف على أشده، حتى ظهر بعده بسنوات الفيديو كاسيت، فأصبح التلفزيون بالنسبة للفيديو كاسيت أرحم شوية. خرجت بقى الفتاوى والتحذيرات على الفيديو كاسيت مش على التلفزيون، وأصبح التلفزيون وجوده في البيوت كالقدر المحتوم. الأولاد بقوا يطلبوا من آبائهم: اشمعنى احنا مش هيكون عندنا تلفزيون؟ فالبلد بقت كلها تلفزيونات. جات الفيديو كاسيت، وبعد كده جات ألعاب الأتاري قبل ما يطلع بقى الألعاب اللي احنا شايفينها النهاردة. فكل واحدة أو كل وسيلة جديدة تطلع اللي قبلها تبقى حلال والجديدة هي اللي تبقى حرام، لحد ما بدأ الإنترنت في التسعينيات وبدأت تخرج الفتاوى. أصبح التلفزيون والفيديو كاسيت جنب الإنترنت حاجة سهلة وبسيطة ومفيش فينا أي مشكلة. بدأت الفتاوى تخرج من الشيوخ، وأنا كنت بسمع ذلك من كبار المشايخ، بتحريم الإنترنت تحريم قاطع، وإنه ما ينفعش يدخل البيت أبداً. وسبحان الله، زي ما التلفزيون بقى زي القدر المحتوم على الناس، الإنترنت صار زي القدر المحتوم. والمشايخ اللي كانوا بيحذروا الناس من الإنترنت كانوا هم أسرع الناس استخداما له فيما بعد. بعد الإنترنت طلعت بقى طبعا وسائل السوشيال ميديا اللي احنا بنشوفها دلوقتي، ابتداء من الفيسبوك وتويتر، والنهاردة انستجرام وتيك توك وسناب شات وكل الحاجات اللي احنا ما نعرفهاش كمان، واللي احنا لسه لحد دلوقتي ما احناش واخدين عليها. أصبح الوقوف أمام هذه الأشياء كالوقوف أمام القدر الذي لا مفر منه. كناطح صخرة يوما ليوهنها فما وهنت وأوهى قرنه الوعل. لو احنا اعتبرنا كما كان بيعتبر بعض المشايخ ان الحاجات دي لابد ان تكون محرمة من باب سد الذرائع، اهي قاعدة سد الذرائع دي لوحدها لما توسع الناس فيها خلوا هذه القاعدة هي الأساس في تحريم الحلال، وأصبحت الفتاوى تخرج من باب سد الذرائع. كل شيء جديد خايفين منه تطلع عليه الفتوى بأنه حرام. وسبحان الله، طبيعة الناس أول ما بتسمع أن الشيء حرام بتتهافت عليه وبتجري وراه، وكما كأن الشيء الممنوع مرغوب. فأصبحت هذه المسألة قائمة، والتعامل مع هذه الوسائل لابد أن يتعدل، ولابد أن احنا ننظر إلى هذه الأمور نظرة جديدة، مش كل جديد دايما نقف قدامه ونعتبره حرام مفسد مهلك مدمر. وكانت هذه الأفكار ما يزال بعض الناس متلبس بها حتى الآن. التليفون خرج، بعد كده القنوات الفضائية خرجت، بعد كده الوسائل اللي احنا موجودين فيها النهاردة واستعمالها. أصبحت المشكلة ليست في وجود هذه الوسائل، لأن هذه الوسائل تكنولوجيا حديثة مفيدة ومضر، زيها زي أي منتج في الدنيا، مفيد من ناحية ومضر من ناحية أخرى، ولا يحرم لكونه مضر من ناحية، ولكن يحسن استعماله والتوجه له. استعمال هذه الوسائل التكنولوجية في غير ما هي له هو ده المشكلة. التوسع في إنفاق الوقت والجهد والمال دون أن تكون هناك فائدة من وراء ذلك، دي مشكلة، لدرجة أن أصبحت حتى من المشكلات التي تهدد الحياة الزوجية وليس الحياة الأسرية فقط استعمال التكنولوجيا أو إدمان استعمال التكنولوجيا. بقى تحدي كبير أمام العلاقات الزوجية. لماذا؟ لأنه كل واحد أو كل طرف من أطراف الحياة
بعد إذنك
الزوجية.
معلش بس لو الأخت تتولى بس الأولاد لأنهم بيشتتوا المتحدث، يعني ما فيش مشكلة، ما يعني قعدوهم أو لعبوهم أو شغلوهم في شيء، بس بلاش يجروا قدامهم كده يعني حتى يستطيع الدكتور أنه يركز في الكلام الذي يقوله إن شاء الله.
نصلي على النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم. فليست المشكلة في استعمال هذه الأدوات، هذه الأدوات مفيدة ومضر، فيها جوانب إيجابية وفيها جوانب سلبية. المشكلة في المبالغة في سوء استخدامها من أجل أن يضيع الوقت ويضيع الجهد وتحدث مشكلات، وتبدأ تجرى المقارنات في البيوت بين الأولاد، بين الأزواج، بين الزوجات، وتبدأ تحدث مشاكل لم يكن لها وجود من قبل. ليست التكنولوجيا هي السبب فيها، ولكن السبب هو سوء استعمالها، سوء استخدامها. التكنولوجيا دي بتعتبر من المؤثرات الخارجية التي تؤثر تأثير كبير جدا 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 في الأولاد داخل الأسرة، وديت يعني مسألة مهمة ومحتاجة إلى نظر شوية، لأن احنا عندنا تحديات بتواجهنا كتيرة، منها الوسائل التكنولوجية. ولكن الوسائل التكنولوجية ديت مؤثرات لا يمكن إهمالها ولا إلغاؤها، ولا يمكن ترك التعامل معها أبدا. لأن احنا إذا عملنا كده يبقى احنا عاملين يعني كما قال الشاعر: ومكلف الأشياء ضد طباعها، إنما متطلب في الماء جذوة نار. مسألة ماهيش بالبسيطة أن احنا نهمل هذه المسائل أو الوسائل، وكذلك هي وسائل متجددة باستمرار، يعني ما هيش واقفة عند إطار معين. تكنولوجيا النهاردة يوم عن يوم ويمكن ساعة عن ساعة بيكون فيها جديد، تتشعب، ومحتاجة إلى آباء وأمهات في غاية اليقظة، ومحتاجين أن يكون عندنا نوع من أنواع الأبديت المستمر في هذه المسائل، من أجل أن احنا نقدر نبحث، نقدر نشير، نقدر ننصح فيما يعرض علينا وفيما نراه من أمامنا. فالأب والأم أعمالهم الوظيفة بتاعتهم الأساسية اللي شغالين فيها 24 ساعة في اليوم و7 أيام في الأسبوع و365 يوم في السنة، هي وظيفة الأبوة والأمومة. لا عندنا عطلات ولا عندنا أجازات، وبناء عليه لابد أن نتحسب لهذه المسائل جيدا، ولا بد أن نقرأ عنها، ولا بد أن احنا نشارك في الدخول إليها، ولا بد أن احنا نسأل المختصين عن إيجابياتها وعن سلبياتها، ولا بد أن احنا يبقى عندنا إلمام ولو إلمام إجمالي بهذه الأمور بشكل أو بآخر، بحيث أن احنا نقدر نتحدث مع أبنائنا ومع أزواجنا وذريتنا عن هذا الموضوع. أولا، هذه الوسائل كما قلت لها آثار إيجابية، ولا يمكن نسيان هذه الآثار أبدا، وهنيئا لمن استعمل التكنولوجيا الحديثة في الجوانب الإيجابية. ممكن تساعد على التعلم بشكل كبير جدا جدا جدا، بتساعد على تطوير القدرات والإمكانيات بشكل كبير جدا جدا في كافة المجالات، بتساعد على زيادة الحصيلة المعرفية والمعلوماتية. أنا دلوقتي بدل ما يبقى عندي أرفف للكتب ما نلاقي لها مكان في البيت، وبخاصة المساحات هنا ضيقة، أستطيع على جهاز من أجهزة التكنولوجيا الحديثة أن أنا أحصل ما لا يقل عن 20 أو 50 ألف كتاب في فولدر واحد على جهاز الكمبيوتر، أتصفحهم وقت ما أريد. أستطيع أن أحول هذه الوسائل إلى أداة طيعة للخير ونشره، أداة طيعة للخير ونشره، أستثمرها فيما يفيد وفيما هو نافع، لأن دي نعمة من نعم الله سبحانه وتعالى. لا بد أن نحسن استعمالها. ولعلكم تذكرون قول الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم للسيدة عائشة رضي الله عنها: يا عائشة أحسني جوار نعم الله. فدي نعمة من نعم الله الموجودة، لا بد أن نحسن جوارها ولا بد أن نحسن استعمالها. وكنت كتبت كتاب اسمه الفسبكة والمتفسبكون عن أن المراحل دي أو الفيسبوك وغيرها منبر من لا منبر له، يعني وسيلة أتيحت لشخص ما كانش يقدر يوصل صوته للناس، أقدر دلوقتي أوصل صوتي للناس. كانت وسيلة بتخلي الواحد لا يحسن التحدث جيدا، هذه الوسيلة الآن بتساعد الواحد أنه يتقدم، سواء كان أسلوب خطابي أو أسلوب كتابي أو أسلوب تعبيري أو إنشائي إلى آخره. وفي نفس الوقت بتديني فرصة أن أنا إذا وجدت شيئا مضرا أدافع وأقف ضده وأحذر الناس منه. فما من شك أن هي صارت منبر لشخص لم يكن له منبر. وأيضا حتى لو كان لنا منبر كمان، لو إحنا أصحاب منابر زي المشايخ والأئمة وزي المدرسين في المدارس وغيرها، هذا منبر إضافي بيجعل الكلام بتاعي أو الرسالة اللي أنا عايز أوصلها ما هيش مقتصرة على حد الناس اللي قدامي في المسجد بس، ده بتوصل دلوقتي للبيوت، مش بتوصل للبيوت وبس. الحديث بنبقى بنتكلمه هنا في نورث بيرجن، وغيرنا يشاهدوا في كاليفورنيا، بيشاهدوه في بلاد المشرق، بيشاهدوه في بلاد المغرب، في أي مكان. فمنبر وأتيح لا بد أن نحسن استعماله وأن نحسن التعامل معه. وكذلك لا نغفل هذه الأمور إغفال كبير أو نقعد نحدث دائما في سلبياتها، لأن في ناس كتير جدا جدا محرومين من هذه المنابر أو ممنوعين من اعتلائها أو الحديث فيها، بيتمنوا أن تتاح لهم مثل هذه الفرصة. فالوسائل التكنولوجية في الإنصاف أولا نعمة من نعم الله، وآلة من آلات تقدم الإنسان في هذا العصر، وعلى الإنسان أن يبحث عن كيفية استعمالها فيما يفيده هو لا فيما يضره، وعلى الإنسان أن يحاول أنه ينتفع منها قدر المستطاع بما ييسر له شؤون الحياة، ما ييسر له ممارسة أموره الحياتية أو أموره الدعوية. ناس كتير جدا النهاردة بتستعمل هذه الوسائل في التجارة، في البيزنس، في المحاضرات الأونلاين، في حاجات كتير جدا جدا بتستعمل هذه الأمور لمن يريد أن يحسن استعمالها. لكن على الجانب الآخر الجوانب السلبية أو الإفراط في استعمال هذه المسائل، هي دي المشكلة الكبيرة اللي احنا بنعاني منها مع أبنائنا وبناتنا، وقد يعاني منها بعض الأزواج والزوجات. وبخاصة أن النهاردة الوسائل التكنولوجية دي ما عادتش عايزة جهاز كمبيوتر، ده مجرد هاتف يحمله الولد في يده وبيقعد معاه في غرفة النوم، معاه في الشنطة، في كل مكان، فهو معاه دنيا نحن لا نعرف عنها أي شيء. ما عادتش مجرد جهاز ألعاب هو قاعد وأنا شايفه بيلعب في إيه وما بيلعبش في إيه، لا، ده أصبح معاه مسائل كبيرة وضخمة جدا جدا. وبناء عليه الإفراط، والإفراط ده هوت وسوء الاستعمال احنا كلنا بنبقى مسؤولين عنه، إما لقلة التوجيه بتاعنا، إما لقلة التوجيه، وإما لأن احنا أصلا واقعين في نفس المشكلة فمش عارفين نعالج ولادنا منها. أتأمرون الناس بالبر وتنسون أنفسكم. لما يكون الواحد بيقضي وقته الطويل على الحديث في الهواتف، وبعدين يلقى ابنه أو بنته بيكلم صاحبه لمدة 10 أو 15 دقيقة، ثم يأتيه وينهاه عن هذه المكالمات الطويلة، بيكون الرد بتاع الولد رد مش لطيف ومش مناسب. لماذا؟ لأنه يعني كما قال الشعراء: مشى الطاووس يوما بعوجاج فقلد مشيته بنوه. فأبوهم أو بيقول لهم يعني أنتم ماشيين مع وجود ليه؟ قالوا له يعني أنت بدأت به ونحن مقلدوه. فيه آثار سيئة للاستعمال المفرط على الأزواج والزوجات. وكم من تهم أقيمت بين أزواج وزوجات بتهم خيانة وتهم إقامة علاقات غير شرعية، والآن الدليل الرئيس فيها أو التهمة الآلة الكبيرة فيها السوشيال ميديا، ودخلنا في إطارات فتاوى ما كانتش لها مجال من قبل، وأصبح نوع بقى الباسكود على التليفون للست وللراجل، وقضايا وخلافات ونقاشات، والبعض يجيز والبعض يمنع إلى آخر هذه المسائل مما كان الناس في غنى عنها من قبل. لكن اللي خلى هذه الأمور تزيد هي الإفراط في الاستخدام وسوء الاستعمال، لأن هذه الأمور على جانب الحياة الزوجية بتؤثر على الأزواج، وكم من أناس الآن بيكون سبب الطلاق الرئيسي بتاعهم، وأكيد مولانا الشيخ يعني عنده من هذه المشاكل الكثير، إما الحساب اللي على الفيسبوك أو الحساب اللي على تويتر أو الحساب اللي على انستجرام، والمراسلات واللايكات والكومنتات وإلى آخره. وأصبحت هذه مشكلة كبيرة جدا ينبغي أن نتعامل معها تعامل يعني محترم، لأن إحنا إذا لم نتعامل معها باحترام هندخل بقى في إطار التشكيك وفي إطار الاتهام وفي إطار إقامة العلاقات السيئة والسلبية وغيرها مما يؤثر على استقرار الحياة الأسرية. يعني نعيد الثقة ما بيننا وبين بعضنا في هذا الجانب أولا، ونتقي الله سبحانه وتعالى. يبقى فيه لنا كأزواج أو زوجات أو آباء وأمهات أوقات لهذا وأوقات لذاك. الأسرة اتجمعت في البيت والأب دخل والست خلصت شغلها، المفروض أن يبقى هذا هو الوقت الأسري للأسرة كلها، ما نجيش إحنا في هذا الوقت وينشغل كل منا بما لديه من هذه الوسائل التكنولوجية. فيما يتعلق بالأولاد بالذات، في عندنا أدوار مهمة لازم نعملها وناخد بالنا منها. إحنا عارفين أن هي بتؤدي إلى زيادة الإهمال واللامبالاة من الأولاد، درجاته في المدرسة بتسوء، وقت العيال بيضيع، في ألعاب النهاردة يعني عافانا الله وإياكم بتشجع العيال على الانتحار وبتشجع العيال على القتل، وفي أعمال تانية بتشجع الأولاد على الأفعال الدنيئة بدون يعني نذكر فعل دنيء معين، بتشجع الأولاد على هذا. وبالإضافة إلى خروج عقول الأولاد إلى عوالم أخرى إحنا ما نعرفش عنها أي حاجة. لنا أدوار في هذا الموضوع، والدور الأول أو الأهم في هذا يعني أذكر مثال ضربه الإمام ابن القيم قبل أن نختم الكلمة بتاعتنا ونترك المجال للسؤال. الإمام ابن القيم طبعا ما كانش أيامه سوشيال ميديا ولا حاجة يعني، بس كانوا بيتحدثوا عن الشهوات، النزوات، النزعات اللي الناس بتغالبها وبتصارعها. النزعات والشهوات والنزوات وغيرها اعتبرها الإمام ابن القيم مثل نهر ماء بيفيض بشكل كبير جدا. يعني خلونا نتصور أنه نهر زي نهر النيل، يأتي الفيضان بيكنس اللي قدامه كنس، فيعملوا إيه؟ كانوا يقيمون بعد الصدود الصغيرة، فأول الفيضان ما يجي يهد السد ويمشي. فقال ابن القيم لو إن احنا أردنا إن احنا نقطع دابر هذه النزوة والشهوة مش هنقدر. وفيه مثل مشهور، عثمان بن مظعون رضي الله عنه وأرضاه كان يريد أن يتبتل، يعني يقطع من نفسه دابر شهوته ناحية النساء، فنهاه النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم. ويقول سيدنا سعد بن أبي وقاص لو إن الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم سمح لعثمان كنا احنا كلنا هنعمل زيه، ولكن الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم رفض ذلك، لأن دي مسألة طبيعية محتاجة التعامل معها بحرفة. فلو إن احنا قلنا نقطع دابر استعمال السوشيال ميديا مش هنقدر. نجيب فتوى من المشايخ إن هي حرام، ما نقدرش نحط الفتوى بإن هي حرام بهذه الدرجة وبهذه البساطة. علشان أمنع أولادي منها منعا باتا، الولاد هيبحثوا عن مكان آخر أو وسيلة أخرى أو أي أصحاب آخرين يعني يفتح لهم هذا المجال. فالوقوف بهذه الشاكلة يبقى زي الوقوف قدام الفيضان ما حدش يقدر عليه. أمال نعمل إيه؟ فكان ابن القيم يشير يقول يعملوا للفيضان قنوات، أول ما الفيضان يجي القناة دي تصرف شوي والقناة دي تصرف شوي والقناة دي تصرف شوي، هذه القنوات هتمنع الفيضان الضخم اللي داخل، وفي نفس الوقت هتوجد أماكن أخرى نقدر نزرعها ما بين القناة وما بين الأخرى. وهذا هو التعامل الأفضل، إن احنا نحسن التوجيه. نحسن التوجيه. ابن هيستعمل التكنولوجيا هيستعملها، يبقى نوجهه يستعملها مظبوط ازاي، نوجهه يستعملها في أي مجال. هو بيحب الرسم يستعملها في هذا المجال، يحب التصوير يستعملها في هذا المجال، بيحب ان هو يبقى يعمل روبوت والحاجات الآلية، نوجهه أن يستعملها في هذا المجال. هو بيحب ان هو يعمل تسوق أو يعمل بيزنس على الإنترنت، نوجهه في هذا المجال. نشوف قنوات التصريف ونفتحها أمام أبنائنا ونوجههم إليها، نقوم نستفيد من خلال هذه التكنولوجيا. والوقت بتاعه بدل ما هيضيع في ألعاب فقط، هيبقى عنده وقت يصرفه في اللعب، والوقت الأكبر نوجهه ليصرفه فيما يفيد. نوجهه أن يصرف فيما يريد أن يتعلم، وفيما يريد أن يتطور ويرتقي. الكلام ده كله محتاج مننا خطوة احنا بنخاف منها، وهي ان احنا نلجأ إلى المتخصصين والأخصائيين النفسيين والتربويين ومكاتب الإرشاد الأسري. مش عيب إن أنا أرجع لواحد شغال في السوشيال ووركر، أو ألجأ لواحد من المتخصصين في العلوم النفسية، أو ألجأ لواحد من اللي عندهم تخصصات في هذا الموضوع، وأعرض عليه مشكلتي وأطلب منه أن يساعدني في هذا الحل. لأن أنا بمعرفتي وبخبرتي العادية قد أسيء من حيث أنني أرى أنني أحسن، وقد أفسد من حيث أرى أنني أصلح. أما إن أنا أستعين بعد الله سبحانه وتعالى بالمختصين، بالعلماء، بأهل علم النفس، بالناس اللي لهم دراية وخبرة بهذا الموضوع، أكيد هيكون في دلالة كبيرة جدا على إحسان الاستفادة من وراء هذه المسائل. الموضوع الحقيقة موضوع طويل وفروعه متعددة، ولكن حبيت أضع أيدينا فقط على بعض النقاط الرئيسة. دي قضية متجددة، دي قضية ما ينفعش يفتى فيها بأنها حرام لأنها ليست حراما، دي قضية ما ينفعش نقف قدامها لأنها هتكون كالفيضان الذي يطيح بما أمامه. إنما نحاول نستعملها في الجوانب الإيجابية، نحاول نصرفها في القنوات التي يمكن أن تأتي بالفائدة علينا، على أفرادنا، على أسرنا، على أزواجنا. ثم نستعين بعد الله بالمختصين في هذا الجانب، وبالأخصائيين النفسيين، وبالمرشدين التربويين، وبالأئمة والعلماء في كيفية التداول والعمل مع هذه المسائل بشكل إيجابي وبشكل طيب. أسأل الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يعيننا وإياكم على ذلك، وأسأل الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يجعلنا وإياكم ممن يستمعون القول فيتبعون أحسنه. بس الملحوظة أخيرة، إحنا كأئمة حتى ومشايخ يا جماعة نعاني كما تعانون. يعني ما فيش واحد فينا بسم الله ما شاء الله عامل زي ما بتشوف في السوشيال ميديا الست حطت جدول وقالت اللي في البيت يلتزم بيه. الكلام ده كله كلام هراء، يعني الكلام ده كله ما فيش فيه التزام بالنسبة اللي انتم متخيلينها. إنما كل واحد يدير أموره بالطريقة التي يراها مناسبة له ولأسرته وأولاده.
جزاك الله خيرا. أدعو الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يتقبل منك. يعني ممكن كما فهمت من فضيلة الدكتور، ليست الفكرة إلغاء ولكن إيجاد البدائل. إيجاد البدائل اللي هي فكرة القنوات، إيجاد البدائل. أنا أظن برضو أنه ممكن يكون من ضمن الأشياء اللي تسببت فيها السوشيال ميديا إن الأولاد ما عادوش يعني مثل السابق حريصين على الأنشطة الخارجية، لأنه بيفضل يقعد على التليفونات والأجهزة. فأنا رأيي إن احنا لا نستسلم لهذا أيضا، لأن الأنشطة الأكتيفيتيز الخارجية دي مهمة جدا، يعني لا بد أن يدفعوا إليها ويشتركوا في أنشطة، يعني سواء كانت المساجد أو أي حتى أنشطة رياضية أو اجتماعية أو فنية أو رسومات أو ما إلى ذلك، لأن ده بياخد جهد منهم وبياخد وقت، وبالتالي يقلل الفترة اللي يبقوا فيها على الفيرتشوال، يعني اللي هي الحياة الافتراضية اللي بيبقوا عليها يعني إن شاء الله. فهي الفكرة يعني الرئيسية اللي كان الدكتور بيركز عليها هي فكرة البدائل، لأن المنع شبه مستحيل، والقضية ليست بحلال أو بحرام. طيب الآن كدور الأسرة، يعني عشان نركز لأن في موضوعات تانية ستناقش، يعني كدور الأسرة في هذا الأمر، نريد إما مداخلة أو سؤال، والدكتور إن شاء الله يجيب عليه. تفضل إن شاء الله اللي عنده أي مداخلة أو أي سؤال. كنا نوصلكم المايك يعني ما في مشكلة، بس لو حد يرفع ايده. أي مداخلة أو سؤال عن دور الأسرة؟ هذا موضوع حيوي، هذا معناه ده أكبر مشكلة. ده معناه إن إحنا الموضوع ما نفكرش فيه يعني، أو ما فيش فيه مشاكل، مستحيل.
هي كل المشاكل
أصلا 80% من مشاكلنا. اتفضل.
يعني السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. يعني أنا أحب أن أشكر السادة الشيوخ شكرا جزيلا على هذه المبادرة. يعني والله اشتقنا يعني لهذه المبادرات زي كذا، يعني من بلداننا يعني العربية الإسلامية. يعني والله شوق كبير وحنين يعني لهذه التجمعات والإيفنتات. يعني really هو موضوع كثير متشعب وكثير مهم، يعني هو مصيبة لا بد منها. يعني أنا بشوف كأم هو موضوع التكنولوجيا وكيفية التعامل معها، يعني وخاصة مش للكبار. يعني أنا يعني أمسومين، يعني كل الناس اللي هنا رجالا ونساء كلهم عارفين هذا الموضوع، وكلهم عارفين المشكلة يعني معاه. بس المشكلة اللي هي الأطفال. يعني كأم أنا عارفة، يعني أنا عارفة ومقدرة لأهمية المشكلة، وأنا يعني قادرة وواعية بالمسألة. يعني أنا يعني I can control it. بس اللي هو لعيالي للأطفال بيكون صعب، بس هو مش مستحيل أكيد، بس اللي هو بيحتاج مساعدة وتدخل وتضامن ما بين مجموعة من العوامل، يعني الزوجة والزوج والتيتشرز والأصدقاء والانفايرمنت كلها اللي الأطفال بيعيشوا فيها. يعني أنا بعيش هنا في أمريكا وبحس like I'm fighting by myself، فاهمة اللي هو أنا بحارب لوحدي. يعني كأنه أنا أوكي عندي مبدأ وعندي مبادئ، يعني كيف أربي أولادي زي ما أي واحد هنا عنده نفس المبادئ، بس اللي هو إحنا أقلية المسلمين. بس بيبقى كل أسرة وعندها ظروفها، وكل زوج وزوجة بيربوا بطريقة معينة، يعني التفاصيل بتختلف، بس هي الفكرة يعني بتبقى نفس الفكرة في كل بيت مسلم. أنا عاوز بس أضيف إضافة، يعني ومشكورة للدكتور أنه ختم كلامه بالبدائل. هي فكرة البدائل يعني هي المخرج أصلاً، هي المخرج. وعاوزة بس حبيت أضيف إنه أنا مقتنعة like I believe in like في قاعدة فقهية بتقول إذا لم I'm sorry. What is it? Excuse me. لا عشان أنا عارفاها حفظاها يعني أصلاً صم. يا إذا لم تشغل نفسك بالحق شغلتك بالباطل، إذا لم تشغل نفسك بالحق شغلتك بالباطل. يعني إحنا الكبار إحنا فاهمين الحاجات دي، بس اللي هي للعيال إذا لم تشغلهم بالحق سيشغلوا بالباطل. يعني الفكرة اللي عاوزة أوصلها إنه لازم يمتلي وقت فراغهم، يعني الأكتيفيتيز الأوتسايد أكتيفيتيز، وحتى الاوتسايد اكتيفيتيز احنا مش حنضل يعني اليوم كله في الاوتسايد، يعني حتى الاكتيفيتيز بالتعب، يعني مصيرهم بيرجعوا للبيت، ولما يرجعوا للبيت تعبانين عاوزين ياخذوا التليفون ولا الكمبيوتر ولا حتى تي في. العيال الصغيرة لما يكون معاهم تابلت ولا حتى بيتفرجوا، أنا على طول قاعدة بتفرج مع أولادي. أنا أصلاً بحب الرسوم والحاجات دي، بس أنا يعني بوعي بجلس معاهم وبتفرج معاهم عشان أشوف يعني هم بيتفرجوا في إيه. وكل مرة يعني الرسوم ولا الكرتون بيكون حلو، بس في وسط الرسوم بيكون لايك حتى الإشارات بيكونوا إشهارات يعني فاضحة. بس أنا بقول إنه بدل ما نهرب من الإشهارات وبدل ما نهرب من المواضيع اللي بيدسوها في الإشهارات ما نواجهها أحسن. يعني أنا بس عاوزة أقول من أسبوعين، يعني أنا ابني صغير كان بيتفرج في حاجة عادية، يعني فبالإشهار بيشهر للمثلية، يعني وبصوت مش حتى بالصورة، يعني بصورة وبصوت يعني أصوات مخلة للحياة. يعني لما جيت أتكلم معاه هو أصلاً مش فاهم وخاف، بس اللي هو في نظري أنا أجلس معاه واحكي له، بس مش أنا لوحدي. يعني أنا عاوزة كمان التيتشرز في الإسلاميك سكول، البارنتس، يعني الإسلاميك انفايرمنت كلهم، يعني ما يهربوش من الفكرة دي، ما يهربوش من الموضوع ده اللي هو مثلا المثلية. وفي كتير مواضيع، بس إحنا نوجه الأطفال ونتكلم معاهم. يعني إحنا لا حياء في الدين، نتكلم معاهم ونوريهم ونفهم لهم أحسن ما يعني ناس تانيين يفهموهم بطريقة غلط. يعني أحسن ما يروحوا للمدارس ويقول لهم لا دي حاجة عادية، يعني وزي ما في راجل زي ما في ست زي ما في ناس تانيين هم راجل وست. يعني أنا مش عاوزة إحنا المسلمين نهرب من المواضع، يعني هي مصيبة لا بد منها، يعني بدل ما نهرب منها نواجهها. والسلام عليكم، أتمنى ما تكونش تقلت عليكم يعني.
أحسنتي وجزاك الله خيرا. بس في الحقيقة لازم نعرف إن هذا التحدي في التكنولوجيا مش على مستوانا احنا الأقليات بس، ده تحدي تربوي على مستوى العالم كله، بيعاني منه البشر على السواء، مسلمين وغير مسلمين، في أمريكا وفي أوروبا وفي كل حتة. فهو تحدي، بس تحدي لابد أن نواجهه بشكل أفضل شوي. الشيء الثاني، ما فيش هروب إن شاء الله من المشكلات، ما فيش هروب. يمكن لعل مشكلة المثلية هي أحدث ما ظهر، لكن في حاجات تانية كتير خلافها، مشكلة المخدرات ومشكلة العنف ومشكلة التشالنج اللي كانوا بيحطوها خلت شباب كتير أو عيال كتير جدا وقعوا في هذه المسألة. وكل شوية بيطلع تحذير معين من بعض الألعاب التكنولوجية المعينة، فهو ما فيش منها هروب، لأنه الهروب من المشكلة لا يحلها، إنما مواجهة المشكلة. وإحنا الحمد لله وبفضل الله سبحانه وتعالى في المدارس، في المساجد، في مدارس الويك إند سكول، في البرامج التربوية المختلفة، في أنشطة وأكتيفيتيز كتير. بس الملاحظ برضو إنه الكوميونتي ما بيشاركوش بالدرجة اللي هي مناسبة في هذا الموضوع. يعني الناس عندها زهد في هذه المسائل، الله أعلم هو الزهد ده نتيجة إيه؟ هل هو تريح دماغ؟ هل هو يعني نوع من أنواع الهروب زي ما أنت تفضلتي؟ ولا فإحنا عايزين الكوميونتي كله ينشط. الأنشطة كتير، المراكز الإسلامية قايمة بأنشطة ممتازة جدا جدا، بقي التفاعل من الجانب الآخر. وأكيد في تعليق لمولانا الشيخ محمد على الكلام إن شاء الله.
احنا بنعمل اوقات ورك شوبس واوقات تريننج على حوالين هذه المواضيع وكيفيه تناولها من مختصين، لكن ممكن يكون التفاعل معها مش بالشكل المطلوب او على الدرجه المطلوبه. لكن ان شاء الله حتى نعد ان احنا نعيد تاني مع ناس مختصه كيفيه التعامل، لانه ممكن طريقه الكلام في بعض القضايا اذا احنا ما عندناش الخبره الكافيه للكلام فيها ممكن تضر اكثر ما تفيد، قانونيا واعلاميا وكل شيء. يعني ما عادش حد الان يعني الان في بث مباشر مش كده، واذا كنا احنا هنا في المسجد 100 هتلاقوا في 200 300 400 500 بيشوفوا، وبعد فتره هتلاقي 1000 شافوا اللي هنا. بمعنى اخر ما عادش في سر وما عادش في حاجه بتتقال في داخل جدران المسجد الا كلها بتطلع. فلازم الكلام يكون كلام مسؤول مراعى فيه من كل الجوانب، النواحي القانونيه والنواحي الاعلاميه والاشياء دي كلها، وفي نفس الوقت من ناس متخصصه في هذا المجال. والقصد منها ان احنا نعطي الامكانيه للاباء والامهات انهم يستطيعوا كيف يوصلوا وكيف يحموا اولادهم من مثل هذه المخاطر، لعل ليس اخطرهم كما ذكر فضيله الدكتور، ليس اخطرهم المثلي. الدراجز في عندنا الان في الكوميونتي حتى المسلم عدد وفيات عالي جدا منه، وفيات يعني مثلا ممكن ناس بتموت بالاوفر دوز، شباب كتير ماتوا بالاوفر دوز، يعني خدوا جرعات زياده ناموا ما قاموش عادي. يعني ده موت او قتل، مش هنقول يعني لسه اخطر من المثليه بكتير. تمام. الدراجز موجود زي ما قال الشيخ برضه، موضوع الجانجز دي هنا منتشره وبتحطوا كلام من ده. فاحنا كيف نتعامل مع ده والعنف حتى على السوشيال ميديا. احنا جبنا هنا من حوالي سنه حد من الهوملاند سكيورتي عمل هنا ورك شوب كويسه جدا عن البولينج والاشياء ديت، السايبر، وكيف انه ياخد باله. لو اوقات كمان بيتم ريكروتنج لبعض الناس في الجانجز والحاجات دي من على الاونلاين، فمواضيع في منتهى الخطوره، اخطر حتى من المثليه. انا عارف ان المثليه هي اللي طاغيه الان، لكن دي اخطر لسه من المثليه. موضوع الريكروتنج وموضوع انه يتحط في جانجز وموضوع انه يستوعب من بعض المنظمات الارهابيه او من هذا الاشياء، والحاجات كلها خطيره مع الدراجز. فاحنا ان شاء الله نعيد ان احنا ممكن برضو في الفتره القادمه نعيد هذه الورك شوبس تاني من جديد، واكيد هم اضافوا على حاجات كثيره بما استجد يعني من امور، ونشوف كيف نتعامل معها ان شاء الله. لكن ان شاء الله الامل انه لما يتعمل اعلان عنها او كده ان الاخوه تحضر وتحاول تستفيد. كان في من ضمن الاشياء اللي كانت بتحجب بعض الاخوه والاخوات من الحضور، لما عملنا مرة عن العلامات الأولى للدراجز. يعني لو الولد بياخد دراجز إيه العلامات الأولى اللي ممكن إذا شفناها نشك، وبعدين نبدأ نتصرف بسرعة قبل ما الموضوع يتوغل معه. فالحقيقة ما حدش كان حريص على الحضور، واكتشفت بعد كده إن الناس قصد عدم الحضور لأنه افتقلوا إن حضر الورك شوب ده كأنه اتهام له إن هو جاي يبقى عنده حاجة وجاي يشوف وجاي كذا، فبدأت الناس تخاف وما بقتش تيجي. لا بالعكس، اللي عنده ابنه حاجة المفروض ما يجيش. ليه؟ لأنه اللي عنده ابنه حاجة المفروض يشوف له طريق تاني، ما عادش ينفع الورك شوب والحاجات ديت أصلا لتجنبها في المستقبل. يعني المفروض ان اللي يحضر اللي هو ما عندوش حاجة. تمام. فدي نقطة مهمة يجب ناخد بالنا منها إن شاء الله. إن شاء الله نحاول نعملها وندعو الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يعني الإخوة والأخوات جميعا إن شاء الله يحضروا ويستفيدوا من هذه الأشياء إن شاء الله. بارك الله فيكم. أي سؤال ثاني؟ أي سؤال فاني في هذا الموضوع. أذكر مرة أخرى كان موضوع فضيلة الدكتور هو دور الأسرة، كيف الأسرة تعمل على حفظ وحماية الأولاد على منصات التواصل بما يكون أمر طبيعي يعني.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم. يعني هل في فرصة ان احنا شهريا او كل 15 يوم يبقى في حد متخصص في سيكولوجية الطفل او سيكولوجية المراهق، يعني يعمل ندوة لأولادنا، والأولاد اللي محتاجين يتكلموا في حاجة ما يقدرش يتكلموا فيها مع أبوهم وأمهم يتكلموا مع المتخصص، يمكن هو يقدر يساعدهم أكتر من كده.
طبعا إن شاء الله. احنا أظن ممكن الأخ حمادي حتى يجاوب، أظن عملنا مش كده أخ حمادي؟ كان عندنا حد، الأخت اللي كانت موجودة
يعني دكتور نفسي مثلا، أو
احنا جبنا هنا الأخ ري، جه هنا إدى قبل كده، بس كان حتى حطينا أخت يعني يحول لها الحالات فترة من الفترات يعني، لكن طبعا ما فيش مانع إن شاء الله نحطها في الحسبان. طيب أي أخ أو أخت له أي سؤال؟ أي أخ أو أخت له سؤال إن شاء الله؟ أي أخ أو أخت له سؤال؟ طيب هذه الفقرة إن شاء الله مع أخونا الأخ بلال توزيع الجوائز على الأولاد إن شاء الله. ازيك يا سيدي؟ عايزنا معاك. جزاك الله خيرا.
الله يكرمك يا سيدي، بعض ما عندك يا مولانا، الله يكرمك ويرفعك كله، الله يكرمك.
نور يا سيدي. رانيا مصطفى والدكتور سائل مشاع. الموضوع بتاع رانيا الادفانتج والديس ادفانتج، بس الدكتور سائل المفروض يتكلم على السكيورتي نفسه، يعني ازاي يكون في نوع من السكيورتي لما يدخل على السوشيال. هو سائل، لا هو بقى خبرته بقى، هو بتاع اي تي اصلا. هو كان بروفيسور في انشاء اي تي، بس الان سابها وشغال بيزنس مان. اساله الاحسن له يعني. راجل طيب يعني، بيوافق على اي شيء. اتفضل.
Question.
السلام عليكم. اولا احنا بنشكر اداره المسجد وبنشكر استاذه سماح جدا 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 على مجهودها، والله العظيم ربنا يبارك لها يا رب، فوق الرائع اللي بتعمله مع البنات. يعني حتى لما الاخ بيتكلم ان يكون في حد بيسمع الشباب، فاحنا بالنسبه للبنات احنا مطمئنين، يعني ربنا يحفظهم ويبارك لها. هي عامله معاهم مجهود غير طبيعي، بتشغل البنات كل الوقت في حاجات يعملوها ومسابقات وبروجكت يشتغلوا عليها، فيبقوا يفضلوا على طول يعني في حاجه شغلاهم، حتى لما بيستعملوا السوشيال ميديا فهم بيستعملوها في حاجه مفيده. فربنا يا رب يبارك لها ويجازيها خير، وكان نتمنى ان هي تكون موجوده معانا النهارده، بس ان شاء الله يعني المره الجايه تبقى موجوده. وجزاكم الله خيرا والله على تعاونكم معاها ومعانا وحفظكم لاولادنا، ربنا يبارك لكم يا رب.
Ouais. Je sais, c'est pour les adultes ça, et nous pour les enfants.
Ça c'est fait par
Bah ouais, il faut être simple. Cher. السلام عليكم. اسمحني شيخ نبدا. السلام عليكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. So just have like at least 10 or 15 minutes of your times. So we want to reward our youth that did the Quran competition. It was 2 weeks ago. They have the whole summer to prepare. This one was only for our youth. So the one that participate to our mentor program, to our activities. So compared to the Ramadan competition, which is open to everyone, here was really dedicated to our youth. We had 30 kids participating, and a couple of them also participate to multiple group and multiple surah. So in order to start, let's start with the oldest one. So I'd say the oldest one who did Surah Al-Kahf. And on Surah Al-Kahf, one of the complicated part was to do a presentation. So how they do it in school, they need to do the same, to present Surah Al-Kahf with the 4 stories and explain about it. We're going to start with the 3rd place. It was a little bit difficult, but we have 2 third place, which is Salsabil and Maryam. Maryam Ali. So it was a little bit complicated to decide, so we put both of you on 3rd place. Yes, after I'm doing them. Give them and I will. Here. Mariam. Mariam and Salsabi. I know, she's coming. You took a trophy? Jazakallah khair. Rukia. Yeah, I know. Rukia, just for the presentation that you have done. Ruqayya. Just for the... Wait. Oh, yes. That's fine. I'm going to do... girls, after you can have the goodie bag. For the 2nd place, the 2nd Maryam, Shaltan, at the 2nd place. Wait, Maryam. MashaAllah alayh. And on the 1st place, and I think the presentation was unanimous, as well as the surah with the Sheikh Muhammad Malak Shalta. So it was unanimous that you would get the 1st place. Here, wait 2 seconds. Here. Jazakallah khair. So that was for the oldest one. So we had after Surah Takhabun, we have Umana Omana. Yeah. والله تفضل. Wait.
Thank you.
Now we're going to the younger one. Those one have only to do the surah and tafsir. They were doing some questions, so they need to answer the question. And it was important to answer the right question because it changed the order, the place where you are. So for takwir, we're going to start with the participation first. So which one? Muhammad Anta. Sit down. Aziza Debes. Aziza. Debes family is here or not? Next one. Ali. أتيت سورة تكوير. Come on. ما شاء الله عليك. عمر نجيب محسن. ما شاء الله عمر. Participation here. Take it and get the goodie. Thank you. Khalil, come. Khalil. Iman Anajar. No? Muhammad, I didn't say. Muhammad, I didn't see Muhammad. Muhammad had the second place. No. Not you, Muhammad. Another Muhammad. So for takwir, we have 2 second place. So Muhammad Ali, who is not here, so we'll have the second place. And the other second place is Awab. And, well, hold on. And just to let you know, it's not his category, so it's a category above him. It was lesson. Wait. MashaAllah. And the first place is Arish. Where is Arish? Takbir. MashaAllah. So we still have 2 categories left. So Surat al-Balad. For Surat al-Balad, we're going to start with the participation first. And like I said, Awab was one participating on most of them. So Awab has a participation. That's it. No, he's going to have, he participate to all surah, mashallah. Ghazal, the best. No, they are not here, the best family. Jumana. MashaAllah. Here. Adam. Where is Adam? Shatta. MashaAllah. Good job, Adam. Nora Ali. No, the Ali family is not here. Jannah also is not here. No, I did 2 times. Adam. So we're gonna start third place. So Adam, I don't know what happened, but I mixed up. So you are the third place. Yeah, Adam. Oula. No, I don't. Second place is Noha Al Muhammadi. Noha is here? No. And first place, we have Arij again. Yeah, she competed on both categories. So another one, and another one. You have the two. So now the last one is for the younger one, was Atin al-Ma'un, Surat. So for the second place, Basil, Debes. So I think the family Debes is not here. And for the first place is Hamza. MashaAllah. Here. Wait. اقعد هنا اقعد هنا. ما شاء الله. Here. You got it? And we had also someone who was learning the first juz. Gawari Antar. So at least to reward her, mashallah. Huh?
Participation for the camp.
I did it, no?
No, you didn't do participation. You just did the places.
Oh. And just finishing with, for the big one, Ruqiyya Abdel Hamid. For the Surat Al-Kahf. I didn't give you. I didn't give you the participation, but you have one for the presentation. And Awab, because he also did Surat Al-Kahf. And Jody. Abdel Khalil. Jody Abdel Khalil, no? No, she's not here. Okay. Jazakallahu khair. At least, 2 seconds, everyone. Boys. Reda. Guys. So the goal is really every year we have 2 Quran competition. So try to make effort to learn the surah and participate. We make it hard every year with tafsir, so just not to learn by heart, but it helps you and to learn and love the Quran. Okay? And the girl, apparently they are motivated. So we have more girls and more boys every year. So try to motivate you sister and you brothers to come over, inshallah. Jazakallahu khair. Barakallahu fikum.
تكبير. يلا جزاكم الله خيرا. ان شاء الله النكست المحاضرة القادمة ان شاء الله تكون الساعة 7 بالضبط، وتكون مع الاخت رانيا مصطفى والدكتور سائد وشاح، وسيقدمها ان شاء الله الاخ حمادي، استاذ حمادي، وستكون عن الادفانتج and the disadvantage and the security of the social media in English ان شاء الله. اذا حد بيحتاج translation ممكن نعمل translation. فان شاء الله this is free time, you can have your coffee, spend time, and inshallah you come back to the same place at 7 inshallah, at 7 p.m.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
Honestly, a topic like this needs lectures and lectures and lectures. But I'm going to give this to them في العربي. I mean, that's it. The bottom line.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. We are very pleased to continue our day with our family day with the challenges and opportunities of social media facing our families. And we are pleased and honored today to have two distinguished speakers, Sister Rania Mustafa, who is the Executive Director of PAC in Patterson. She's been there for years and she's been our guest for many times, especially speaking to our youth. Sister Rania, in addition, or before even actually getting to her Executive Director and managing PAC, she is a graduate of NYU in psychology. So her background, especially her educational background, is very related to the subject that we're trying to address. And her activities at PAC, she definitely deals a lot with the youth as well, so would be interested to hear from her and her input in this subject. In addition, we have Dr. Said Washah. Dr. Said, he's been our guest in this masjid as well for many times. Dr. Said, he doesn't belong to one masjid, as he loves to say. He moves around, so he have seen a lot. Dr. Said is a professor of IT in NHIEC, and he will share with us thoughts on security around social media and challenges of that area for parents and for our kids. So we'll hear first from Sister Rania, and then we'll hear from Dr. Said, and then we will open it up for Q&A. For people and for who are following us online, whether it is YouTube, Facebook, or the live broadcast on the Masjid website. If you have any question, we have access to that. Please feel free to throw any question online, and then we will pick up that question, inshallah. جزاكم الله خير. أنا Sister Rania.
جزاك الله خيرا. I'm okay. I can do it. It's okay. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. Assalamu alaikum everyone. I'm glad to be with you all today. So today I was asked to talk about social media and the advantages and disadvantages. And so we're going to walk kind of through a journey of understanding social media and ending it with the topic of like what are practical tips that we can do to control our usage of social media. So I like to be a little interactive when I give talks. So I may ask for some answers and I want to hear from everybody just so that we can all stay engaged. So to start off, why do we think that people are drawn to social media? So this is, yes. Does anyone have an answer? So why do you think, I usually talk to youth, so I have a lot more youth that are very eager to answer. But why do you think that people are drawn to social media? Why do people like to use social media? Aya? What is it? Very attractive. A lot of short videos that's easy to see in a short time. Yes, so that's the point that I want to kind of focus on today. So it's the idea of connection. So it's the idea of you can be connected to everybody, from someone across the room from you, to someone across the state, to someone across the country, to someone across the world. Just with a click of a couple of buttons, you suddenly have created this community or this world that you live in, that you engage in, that people are surrounded with. So as human beings, we have this innate desire within us to belong, to feel connected, and to be among other people. So that is actually part of us. SubhanAllah, as human beings, we can't live in isolation. We can't live when we're alone. We can't live when we don't have connection with other people. So we're always looking for opportunities to connect. And so when social media came, right, it became the easiest way to connect. Just at the tip of your finger, you can connect to, like I said, not everybody in this room, everybody in the world. Just with a couple of touches with your hands, suddenly you're connected to everybody in the world. So we are always looking not only for connection, but also avenues of belonging. So avenues where you can feel like you are yourself, where you can connect and belong with other people that are like that. And that is the power of social media. That in this platform, with every account that's being created, they're creating a community. Right? They're creating a community. How many times, even in the khaltos and ammos in the room, you say, oh, don't you follow so-and-so? And didn't they talk about that and that? And oh, did you hear that person got divorced? And oh, did you hear she's having a baby? And all this different stuff. And most of the time, we have no idea who these people are. We don't know who they are. They're not in our lives. It's not like you're talking about your sister, your brother, or your cousin. It's someone so distant from you that you've never met and you probably will never meet. But yet, through social media, you have established this community and sense of belonging. And so another part of social media that is a huge part of the world that we live in today is this concept of instant gratification. Does anyone know what instant gratification is? This echoes. Does anyone know what instant gratification is? We can break it down. So there's instant, which means what? Like right now, right? Instant, like this second, هلا دلوقتي هالكيت, like right now, right? So this second, instant gratification, which means it happens right away. So I want something, I get it. Even with the Amazon, with social media, with everything, I want something. I just think about it, couple of swipes with my hand, I have it, right? So with social media, we have created this instant community where right away, without doing anything, I'm connected to this community. Without me even putting myself out there, I'm connected to this community. And so the question comes, especially with our youth, why would we want the other community? Right? Why would we want an in-person community when I can get all the community I need right here without even leaving my room, without even leaving my house, without even leaving my bed? Right? I can get the community, I can get the sense of belonging, I can get everything that I desire as a human being, what? From here. Right? So the question becomes, why do I have to leave? And not only that, usually when I'm interacting face to face with you, it's a lot harder for me to talk to you than for me to send you a text message, or for me to comment on your post, or for me to like or heart or love your post, right? Even if we think about it, ta'ziyas, how many of us, I'm the first to fall guilty of this, I see somebody passed away, instead of picking up the phone and calling them, I just write on their post, عظم الله أجركم, Allah يرحمه, إن شاء الله مثواه بالجنة. And that's it. And I feel like, oh, I did my part, right? We've created that false sense of community. Where just from the ease of our homes, ease from our beds, ease from our phones, like right there, we can do it. Again, this concept of instant gratification, right? So we have to think about that when we're challenging, and I heard some of the talks that were earlier today, when we're challenging our kids and we're telling them, leave the phone, go out and see people, you have to think, what are they sacrificing, right? So one of the things they're sacrificing is, again, this instant gratification, the ease of creating this community that exists without much effort. They have this community, and not only that, they can usually be a bolder, different version of themselves on this community platform, whether it be social media or WhatsApp or whatever it may be. They can be a bolder, braver version of themselves, right? So they're fighting with this idea where when you're on social media, I can be this persona. I can be this person that can respond to people, that can talk to people. That how many of us, and I don't know if the adults in the room, like the older adults in the room, have seen that their kids, mashallah, on social media, they can argue the best of arguments. But then put them face to face with somebody and they can't even say basic conversation, right? And it goes back to this idea that they have it right there. This is instant gratification of this community, of this person that they want to be within the reach of their fingers. Now, the reality, and also we're also fighting against this push to not work hard, right? So the idea of instant gratification is, like before, when we wanted, for example, a package, or we wanted something, what did you have to do? You had to plan a time, you had to go to a store, you had to go shopping until you find it. You may not find it in this store, you may have to go to several different stores. And then what? Now I go through Amazon, I look for it, maybe 10, 15 minutes, it doesn't work on Amazon, I go on Walmart, Target, whatever, I find what I need, I'm good. Same thing with social media. Oh, I want to know so-and-so, what she's up to. I don't have to text or call anybody. I just do like a 10-minute search, I find out exactly what everybody's up to. We live in a world that's easing the lack of hard work. And the problem is that this is becoming ingrained into the DNA of our children. It is becoming ingrained into the DNA of our youth, where not that they don't want to work hard, they can't work hard. Because everything else in their life has come so easily to them. So we have to challenge them, right, to be able to work hard. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. But what I'm saying is that the reality is I'm not saying that don't have social media, right? There's a lot of benefits to social media, and social media, if used responsibly, is one of the best things that can help bolster the confidence of children, can give them the exposure of a lot of things, they can learn a lot of things. I'm not in any way saying don't use social media, but what I'm saying is don't be controlled by social media, control your social media. Right? So control your usage of your social media, control your family's usage of your social media, and control your own usage of social media. The reality is that, and one of the really big harms of social media is that you're presenting a fake world. Right? You're presenting this fake world where you can project yourself in an artificial way in this fake world. So people, and I know this happens to me personally, like I have a lot of quote-unquote social media friends that we interact with on social media. But if I see them or they see me in the real world, we don't even say hi to each other. Because it's like, oh, we're just Instagram friends or we're just Facebook friends. What does that even mean? Like, let's really think about it, right? So it's like we're creating this pretend world where we're all like a lot more social. We have 1,000 followers, we have 5,000 followers, we have 100,000 followers, which to our youth and to ourselves, we equate this as friends. We have all these people that are interested in what I think and what I want in this world that I've created. But in the reality is two things. One, those are not actually your friends, right? These are just your followers who are following your action. And two, that is not you that you're projecting. That is a part of you that you're projecting. That is a part of who you are, but not your full self. And a lot of us, we see whatever's being projected on social media as our true selves. And the reality is that social media, because of this fakeness that comes from it, and the lack of distinguishing the fakeness, because we have the pretty filters, we have the pretty realities, and the way that the reels and the videos where everything seems so short, we think it's impossible that they're faking this, or it's impossible that this person actually could be miserable. Even right now, for example, like we're in Thanksgiving weekend, a lot of different families, you see the pictures of the videos of the food and the hangouts and this, and then you look at yourself, oh, why am I sitting at home? Why didn't my family do this? And you start comparing yourself, and then this becomes this negative cycle of thoughts that happens, and then you continue watching on social media and you continue getting lost in these videos. So the reality is that social media affects us in many ways, and there's some concrete ways. So one, specifically with the youth, it distracts them. So a lot of times we sit down saying we're going to watch one video, 2 videos, 3 videos, suddenly you're down to 500, 600, 700 videos and you don't even know where the time went. And it's actually, if you watch, I forget what the documentary is called, but there's a document, I think it's called The Social Dilemma. They actually talk that the tactic behind social media is for you to keep scrolling. They don't want you to stop, because the more you scroll, the more their platform succeeds. And so the platform is designed in a way where you just keep going, keep going, keep going. And you think to yourself, 5 more minutes, 10 more minutes. And then 3, 4, 5 hours pass and you don't even know where the time went. So that's number one. Number two, disrupting their sleep. How many of us, with an honest show of hands, gets on their phone before they sleep? All of us. Thank you. So we don't have to do the show of hands. All of us, and me, myself included. That's actually a habit I've been trying to stop. And what happens when you're on your phone, you're like, okay, just 2 minutes, 3 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. Next thing you know, and this happens all the time. I work with youth daily. When I see them and I work with them, I'm like, why you look so tired? Oh, I couldn't sleep till 4 a.m. in the morning. The first question I always ask them is, where was your phone? And they say, it was in my hand. I couldn't sleep because I was scrolling through TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, whatever it is. I couldn't sleep because the phone was in my hand and it was keeping me awake. I had to text this person, and you see them, they're tired, they can't continue to function. The other thing is that there's this whole world of cyberbullying that's out there, where people are cyberbullying because, again, you're creating this persona where people are braver, that are willing to talk about more things. And there's rumors spreading because, obviously, like I said, people are braver, they're saying things that they shouldn't be saying, they're spreading the false information. And lastly, and most importantly, is that there's an unrealistic view of other people's lives and peer pressure. So you see that this one person is always posting pictures of them smiling. So you think, oh, Ya Allah, they have the perfect life. Ya Allah, only if I had that life. Only if I could do what they do. Only if I could. But the reality is you don't know what's happening behind that screen. And actually, I have a funny story to share. So this past summer, alhamdulillah, I had the opportunity to go to Turkey. And we were on a cruise boat, my family and I. And we were watching this one girl, and I hope this girl never watches this video, but we were watching this one girl. I swear to you, it was a 3-hour cruise. 3-hour cruise. Like, I'm like ready to get off this boat. And this girl is watching this trend, and she's holding this phone and singing into her phone for 3 hours, trying to get this perfect video. 3 hours, the whole 3 hours. Recording, then doing her whole thing, and then putting her phone down, not liking it, doing it again, and rinse and repeat, kept doing it. She took a break at some point for 20 minutes, then we're back for 3 hours. And in my head, I was thinking, who are her followers, and what do they think just happened? They probably thought this girl had the best time of her life. She's living the life. And I was thinking, only if they saw. She didn't enjoy a second of this cruise. She had all her friends and family next to her. She put them on one side, and she was on one side, and she was just kept repeating this video. That is the reality of social media, that we see one thing, but the reality is something else is happening. Now, there's a study that was conducted in 2019 that said that kids that are exposed to social media for more than 3 hours a day are at a heightened risk for mental health problems. And another study that said 13 to 16-year-olds that were exposed to social media more than 3 times a day were predicted to have poor mental health and well-being in teens. And there were other studies that also linked high levels of social media use with depression, anxiety, and other mental health issues. Why, right? It's back to the idea of what we're saying. There's a cycle that happens with social media. What happens is you start off with the first thing where you're using social media because you're looking for that sense of belonging, where you're like, I want that community, I want that friends, I want those followers. Then you go into scrolling and you see this lady on the Turkish boat and you say, oh my God, I wish I was in Turkey, I wish I was on a boat. FOMO, FOMO is this idea of fear of missing out. You don't want to miss out on anything. So you start, oh, I don't miss out. Oh, look, they had this event the other day. Oh, there was that wedding, there was that khutbah, there was that party, there was this. I missed out, I wasn't part of it. Then it ends up negatively affecting your mood because you start thinking, oh my God, like why am I living this life and they're living that life? Or even just internally beginning to feel depressed. Oh, they're so successful, I'm not successful. And then what happens is a coping mechanism to get rid of this sadness is what? You go right back to social media. And the cycle repeats. And it just keeps going, and we're not able to realize it because it's a cycle and it just keeps turning around and around. Now, how do we control this? I always like to end my talks with ideas of practical things that we can do. So there are a couple of things. First thing is remember, the idea of social media can be used. It's not an evil thing that's created to control the masses of the human being, right? It could be that, but our idea is that we want to control it and not be controlled by it. So the first thing is set reasonable limits. So I don't know if everyone knows this or not, but on your phone, on your apps, you can always put a 1 hour limit. So your phone automatically locks the phone. It locks the phone, it locks the app, it doesn't let you even access it after 1 hour. And you could also say, you can put limits for your kids. You know what? You can't go on social media until your chores are done, until your homework's done, until whatever it is. The other thing is, and I highly, highly encourage this, as a once upon teen, I would have cringed at the thought, but as a mother of 2 young children, please, please control what your kids are exposed to. There are so many apps that are out there that you can see every contact that your kid has. And I'm sure Dr. Washah is going to get into it a little bit more, but there's so many apps and so many different things that can allow you to control what your kids have access to. Your kids' brains are not fully developed until the age of 25. In this world, they think, oh, khalas, at 6, 7, 8 years old, here's a phone, take it, go. That is like the worst thing you can do for these kids. Control what your kids are watching. Have those conversations. Don't, have those conversations with them, which is my next point. Have honest conversations with them. Listen, there's a lot of not good things that are out there on social media platforms, on Netflix, on Hulu, on all these different things. There's not. And talk about it. Tell them there's this, there's that. Don't shy away from it. I think as a community, we have this issue that we say, oh, if we talk about it, then we're going to bring it to their minds. إذا بنحكي عنه رح هم يصير رح ندخل الفكرة بمخهم. That's not true. That's not true. It's the farthest from the truth. Have those conversations, because guess what? If you're not having those conversations, they're having those conversations with somebody else. They're having those conversations with somebody else. I'm sorry to break it to you, but I 100,000% guarantee they're having those conversations with somebody else, which means you should be controlling those conversations, and you should be having those conversations with your kids before they're having it with someone else. Encourage face-to-face contact with friends. Remember, kids, they want to be themselves. They want a way where they feel like they belong, that they're part of a community. Create that. This masjid, for example, has a lot of youth activities. Bring your kids to youth activities. Beyond the masjid, look for other things. Find out what your kids are interested in and fill up their time. Give them other opportunities where they can be truly who they are, where they can feel like they are connected to 5, 3, 10 people, so that they don't crave the 50, 60, 1,000, 2,000 followers. Last two things is talk about social media. Like we said, talk about social media, talk about the dangers of it, talk about maybe even your own struggles with it, right? So be honest, be authentic with your children. And this is an important one, which may be controversial for some parents, but also model the behavior, right? You can't be holding your phone, you're always on your phone, but who's holding the phone, right? Like you're saying, oh, on dinner time, there's no food, but who's the one who stops in the middle of food and picks up the phone, right? So I know that also as adults, like as older adults, as parents, we also struggle with the phone. So let's be the first to model the phone. And actually, believe it or not, my daughter's 4, right? Anytime she sees me on the phone, she's like, okay, then that means I can be on the phone too. And I'm like, you know what? You're actually right. If I'm on the phone, you can be on the phone. So that actually challenged me to stop being on my phone around her, because I know that means that if I'm on the phone, she's going to be on the phone. Sorry. Find things, find their passions. If they like sewing, if they like crocheting, if they like cooking, if they like skateboarding, if they like anything that they like, find something that they can use their time to fill it, and also stimulate their brains. This whole social media thing, what they're doing to the brains is they're numbing it. They're really numbing the brain, because think about it. You're just scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and thinking about all these things that you're seeing, but you're not actually having conversations with people. You're not actually stimulating yourself. You're not actually having other thoughts. So find ways to stimulate your kids. And that's all I have to say. So وَالْعَصْرِ إِنَّ الْإِنسَانَ لَفِي خُسْرٍ إِلَّا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ وَتَوَاصَوْا بِالْحَقِّ وَتَوَاصَوْا بِالصَّبْرِ. I hope you all benefited from that.
That was great. Jazakallah khair, Sister Rania. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you and bless you. I mean, those words really come not from a book, but from practice and from dealing with youth and people. Some of the points, without taking the thunder from Sister Rania, is whatever there are threats that she mentioned, but the main thing is that there are opportunities. And the message, the main message, I think one of the main messages, she sent out lots of messages to us, and one of the main messages is, do not be controlled by social media, but control it. Find ways how to control it with yourself and with your kids. And she listed a couple of opportunities, couple of threats. Connection is the main one, looking for sense of belongings. That's another one. The threats is the perception of how things get easy, or that our kids are not willing to do the hard work, building fake personas, unrealistic views about ourselves, and then about other people, creating mental issues, lots of threats. But once again, let's not forget those opportunities, and it's a matter of how to build that balance. And she provided a couple of practical tips, I think, that we want to take away. Okay, some of them is the set time limit for the parents on learn how to those apps that might control, but more importantly, which is, and she emphasized that, let's not look at the control, is how to have that open discussions with our kids. That is extremely important. How to have those open discussions about these things, about these kids. You can set up whatever control, and we know this as parents. You might set up controls left and right, but they will find a way to break them. So having that open communication with our kids is extremely important. Jazakumullah khair once again, Sister Rania. And then now we'll hear from Dr. Said, and then we'll open it up for questions. By the way, we will push Aisha for half an hour, inshallah. We'll listen to Dr. Said for about 20 minutes, and then we'll open it up for Q&A, and then we'll pray Aisha around 8, inshallah. Once again, this is broadcasted live. If there are any questions, we have access to the questions online, so if you want to throw any question on the chat, please do so. Jazakumullah khair. Dr. Said.
بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما. اللهم انفعنا فيما علمتنا وعلمنا بما ينفعنا. آمين يا رب العالمين. 2 points before I move on what Sister Rania has mentioned. Technologically speaking, I have done a research years ago about the same point that she's making, which is, are we driven by technology or technology driven by us? Basically, what I'm simply saying is that we need to admit the fact that sometimes we are being controlled mentally, physically, and attached to the technology without realizing and without admitting that fact. And in order for us to cure or address an issue, we have the very first thing that we have to admit that there is a problem, and it is indeed a problem. And we can go on and on with that topic, but definitely agree with you, Sister Rania, on that aspect, which I have done a research on that years ago, which it is indeed true. So we need to admit that there is a problem among all of us, and we need to address it and talk about it and not to shy away from it. The second point is that also has been mentioned, technologically speaking, before I get to my topic mainly, is that we live in a virtual world. The virtual world, unfortunately, we lost the human touch, unfortunately. It has been a lot of studies has been conducted psychologically about the fact that the impact of the attachment virtually to the technology, that includes, of course, social media, that will lessen the capability of our thinking and the process of our mind, the way that we perceive things and the way that we understand it and process it. So we need to be more into have that human touch again, sit with our children, and we'll move on. By the way, as I mentioned to Akhuna Sheikh Al-Fadil, Sheikh Abu Amr, that I will have a sequence of lecture about this topic that inshallah ta'ala once a month, and they will arrange it, of course, with the masjid, and then we're going to touch on that basis, what the problems are and how would we cure them. Now, to get to my topic, and I'm going to talk about just the bottom line, and I'm not going to go into main details. The question that I want to ask you, brothers and sisters, is that, do you know the type of victims that we have in terms of the cyberspace? We have 2 types, and that includes all of us. And listen to that, it is a fact. The first type, that people that they have been hacked, listen to that carefully. People that they have been hacked, and people do not know that they have been hacked. Once again, people that they have been hacked, and people do not know that they have been hacked, which means that we all somehow, somewhere, have been actually hacked. What does that mean? When we talk about hacking, we're talking about, brothers and sisters, unlawful access to the data, to our space, the virtual space that we call it. Now, the social media, to understand, social media, it is part of this technological revolution that we have, especially for the past few years. That platforms that we have, that, as Sister Rania mentioned too, which I could summarize it to you in one statement, and that is the ease of use. It's so convenient to each one of us to be on a social media, to be entertained, and that would lead us to be so much attached to it. So, admitting the fact that, or someone may ask the question, is that how do we know that we are being hacked? One thing that you have to know, brothers and sisters, and this is a fact, that we live in what we call an open system. What does it mean, open system? I want to simplify that terms for you all. And that is, when we talk about open system, you live in this globe, or the network of networks, as a node. So you think of yourself as one connection point to this open system. You as an individual, as part, when you get on internet, which is a network of networks, you can go everywhere, you can be anywhere. Technology has eliminated two things: time and space. I could be shop anytime, I could be chatting with somebody anytime and in anywhere. In China, in Europe, in Middle East, in Africa, and whatever that might be the case. So that makes me to be so, I would say, easy to the target of being attacked. Now, in technology, my brothers and sisters, we have, so I want to explain this in a very simple term so we all understand it. We have a transmitter, we have a receiver, and in between we have the transmission line. Think of it that way. Now, the attacks can take place at the transmitter, at the receiver side, and at the transmission as well. How does that work? I want to talk about 3 different types of cyber attacks that we have. The very first thing, and be careful with that, so I want you please to hear that, because I'm sure that happens to each one of us. We are very limited on time, and I would love to also interact with you, but I want to just give you the bottom line. The first attack, or the first threat that we have, what is called malware. The malware, have you, my dear brothers and sisters, had an email that, or even, by the way, on your cell phone, because cell phone, it is basically a mini computer, okay, that will ask you to click on either a link or an attachment. That's a malware, which is a software that once you click on that link or attachment, will install itself and will do damage to your data, or even can control your system. Ransom. A lot of systems now, especially we're talking about corporation, we're talking about governments, where they actually, hackers, they control the system, and as individuals, by the way, that they can control your system, in which that will ask you for ransom for you to actually, for them to release the control of the system on you. So, the malware, don't you ever, brother, sister, listen to that carefully, don't you ever click on a link that you do not know the source of it. Do not open an attachment that you do not know the source of it. Be very careful, because once again, I'm sure that all of us, where on your laptop or computer system or even your phone, you have pop-up ads sometimes. Do we all have that at a certain time of our lifetime? As a simple example, that's due to a malware that they use for that marketing, for control, for whatever that might be the case. So, the first lesson learned and the first point is about the malware. And the malware, it's a simple software that will be activated due to the click on that link or on that attachment. So please be very, 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 very cautious. The question is that, how would I know? You should know the source of it. If you do not know the source, look suspicious, do not take chances. Second point, which is what we call it, man in the middle. So this is at the source, as I mentioned to you, man in the middle. What does that mean? We all go to public spaces, either any space that you go to, a restaurant, Starbucks, Dunkin' Donuts, whatever might be the case, airport. You try to connect to unsecured network. And that unsecured network, there are certain hackers. What they do is that they can access that unsecured networks, filter the data that they need, and then utilize that data and have access to your system. So what is the solution to that? You should be very careful. Do not, my advice to you is that you should not get on a public network unless if you really urgently have to. Do not take chances. Do not take chances. This is, by the way, speaking of when we talk about security in terms of the social media or network in general, these are measures that we have to take. Someone would say to me, how can I protect myself 100%? There is no protection as 100%. As a researchers, what we say is that the secured system is the system that is being turned off and plugged away from your internet, period. If someone tells you otherwise, it is not true. Why? Because there is a possibility that the system will be hacked. So the second point, and I'm not scaring you, these are facts, by the way. We live in a world, as I mentioned to you, I describe the internet or the technology as an open system. That open system, you are part of this open system, which is the internet, the network of the networks. So the second point, I said that. The first point is that the malware. The second point is that man in the middle. The third point, which is what we call it phishing. Phishing, it's not with an F, by the way, with a PH. Phishing, okay? Phishing, my dear brothers and sisters, it is, what does it mean, phishing? Sometimes we receive an email that looks legitimate to us. However, that email will ask you to click on a link to redirect you to a website. So listen to me carefully now. Now, as an example, Facebook.com as an example, or Amazon.com. You gotta be careful if that website, the address of that website, it is misspelled, or instead of saying Amazon.com, for example, it says Amazon.net. Okay? That can be the case. Now, if you fall into this trick, what happens is that it will take you to that website and it will ask you, for example, without knowing that, hey, I need to enter my account number, and then I would need to enter my password, the username, password. That's it. The hacker has your information, has a control over your account. Now, how many of us we had identity theft, where hackers had a control over our social security or our bank account? My advice to you, my brothers and sisters, is that someone would say to me, what am I supposed to do? To micromanage and view my accounts? Yes. It's nothing wrong to do it maybe once a month or once every 2 weeks on your bank account to see if there is any suspicious activities. And by the way, those hackers, as an example, sometimes they might be taking a little amount of the money. They try it out, maybe $2.99, $3, $5, and then it gets bigger and bigger until they get into your bank account. That can happen. And by the way, it has happened to many people that I know, even though that we have. Now, to stop the wound, the bleeding, you have to actually stop the wound by recognizing that there is a problem. So, getting back to the point, which is the third point that I'm talking about, and that is what we call it phishing. And we have also another terminology that we use, smithing, which is on your cellular phone, that will try to access your Facebook account or TikTok, whatever that might be the case, okay? Now what happens here is that if they have control over your account, they could do anything on your behalf. They could basically do anything, and there is a lot of damage in terms, especially with relationships on social media, where their accounts were hacked, and that hacker used that data to do whatever that they want that is negative. It's not to get too detailed with that. But my main focus here is that we need to make sure that we should not be falling into this trick. Let me summarize it to you, dear brothers and sisters. 3 points. The first point is that we need to make sure that the malware never ever click on a link or an attachment that you do not know the source. Don't you ever do that? Second, try not to what we call a man in the middle. Don't you ever, or not I would say ever, but try to avoid to get in on the public networks. Especially nowadays, we all have phones, smartphones, where we just simply, especially when we travel overseas and we are in the different countries, and then we get into we wanted to have access on the internet, and we get into I call it public network. Be very careful to do that. The third point is that the phishing or the smithing, and that is, be very cautious on, especially by the way, they have very, very, very smart and intelligent and a tricky way of convincing you as to click on that. For example, they might say, as an example, oh, you're about something that is about your account in Amazon or account in whatever that might be the case that has been in danger, or your or some I seen some emails where they're talking about the IRS. Be very careful. The IRS, they would not call you, would not send you. They will actually send you a letter, by the way. So you need to be cautious. You need to use what we call like common sense. Common sense. These are, and by the way, before I end, there is also, I have seen, my dear brothers and sisters, and this is very important to all of us, that sometimes you get a phone call and they would say, oh, your system has been, oh, this is Microsoft, your system has been hacked. And you know what? Click here and give me the address. And they have a software, and when you hear the word Microsoft, and you have something that is suspicious on your system, you say, oh yeah, that is true. And then you start giving them a control over your system. Use common sense, akhi, ukhti. Do not give up your personal information or access to anybody. If you have a problem with your system, your phone, your laptop, whatever, take it to somebody who would be trusted on your system. So these are the points quickly and roughly that I want to talk to you about what the problems are and the solutions that we have in terms of social media and the technology in general. But we need to look out for these points, and we need to really pay attention to, because we can easily be a victim of that. Remember the statement that I made, my dear brothers and sisters, and that is, it's either we are hacked. These are the two types of victims. It's either we are hacked or we are being hacked, but we do not know that we are being hacked. So there is no security unless if you really take the necessary measures in which that you use your common sense. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you all, and thank you very much.
Barakallah feek, Dr. Said. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you and reward you for these specialty tips for free. And I pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that all of us would be able to benefit from these advices and from these practical tips. And now, just to emphasize, this is not only on laptops or desktops. This is on phones as well. And they might take, and the hackers might take over all the data that is on our phones as well. So all of these malwares, the man in the middle, and then the phishing and the smithing, need to be very careful on whatever electronic devices that we are using. I think Dr. Samah did summarize his lecture, but he started with 2 comments as well that I want to remind myself and my dear brothers and sisters about the 2 questions that he raised in the 2 points that he mentioned in the beginning, which is, let's think whether we are driven by technology or we are driving the technology. Most of the time we are driven by the technology. And that goes and that connects back to what Sister Rania mentioned, is that let's make sure that we have control over the social media and the technology, and let's not be controlled by these tools. And the second thing, which is a common point that between Sister Rania and Dr. Said as well, is how we are losing that human touch, whether ourselves, with our kids, in the relationship, within our families, with our friends, even though the social media and these tools are giving that sense of belongings, building these virtual community online. However, that personal touch, that human touch, it's still lost, and we need to be careful about this. With that, we have, as I said, for the brothers or sisters who joined us, we'll be praying Isha at 8 o'clock, inshallah. So we'll open it up. We have 15 or 16 minutes. We'll open it for questions, inshallah, or comments. For brothers and sisters who are following us online, if you have any question that you need to throw on the chat, please feel free to do so.
Brothers and sisters. Yeah, for furthermore, by the way, this topic requires a lot more details to dig into it. So brothers and sisters, inshallah ta'ala, we will be conducting a lecture on once a month here, inshallah, and I will be in other Islamic centers as well. But this will be the last Friday, Akhi Shaykhna al-Fadil, Allah yahfadak, inshallah ta'ala. The last Friday of every month, بعد Salat al-Isha, after Salat al-Isha, I will be here conducting these more details. I'm gonna tackle this issue from different angles. I will present the problem that we have and what would be the solution practically speaking, and I will also مثل مشايخنا الله يجزيهم الخير تعلمنا منهم, we learned from them that from an Islamic point of view as well, that I will be touch on that as well, to make sure that we are not understanding that technologically, but also from a religious point of view, to make sure that we are mentally, from all aspects, have a comprehensive understanding to it. Jazakallah khair.
Barakallah fiqh, Dr.
Yes. The question is that the brother is receiving a lot of spams email, and he keeps blocking these emails, and you still getting the emails. One thing that we need to understand, and this is, listen to that carefully, dear brothers and sisters, and that's what I really want you to understand, that technology is evolving faster than the base that we have. Gosh, it's been more than, when I was at GIT for more than 20 years ago or so. The example that I was given is that if you send a package, with FedEx overnight, the technology that becomes obsolete or a more advanced before you receive your package. It's exactly the same thing. Now, to answer your question specifically, my dear brother, is that there is always those hackers one step ahead of us. There are tools in which that you could search on the internet for the spam, because the spam, it's basically a massive emails that they will be sent all at once. Some of these hackers that use it as an individual. However, to prevent yourself, you might be able to, or they have to be recognized. I mean, how does that mean when we talk about filtering? Filtering means that you are going through the source of the email, and they might use a different source. So is there any way? I'm sure that there are tools out there, but you just simply need to block that source and mark it as a spam. So this way you prevent yourself. But is there 100% a cure to it? Always look for tools. The tools, you might find zillions of them out there. That's my answer to you.
Jazakallah khair. Any questions? Yes, Abu Murad. So the question is, there are YouTube accounts for little kids, and they are set up that way, or they are at least advertised that way. How secure they are? You want to start?
So I'm not a technology expert, but I have 2 kids, so I'm a kids expert, I guess. So with YouTube, kids YouTube, it's actually not very secure. You can search everything on kids YouTube. The only difference is that they take out, I think, certain things like pornography, nudity, like more adult content. I think it's almost impossible to get to, but you can search anything on kids YouTube and you can get it. So it's just more of a front, which is why this is really important. I think a lot of us, and I didn't talk a lot about this in my talk, but I thought about it afterwards, that we think, oh, the kids are just watching this show. I want to tell you, for example, like I used to have my daughter watch Doc McStuffins, and I still have her watch it, which is a little kids show, and I didn't think anything of it. Then one day I was watching with her, and they had a time where they had 2 characters where there were moms to kids, and I was like, oh, like I wasn't expecting that. And it's I think not saying that kind of stuff, but I think in general content, it may seem okay, but there is a lot of things that that is being put in the content without us realizing. Even if it is something like kids YouTube or something like a kids show like Doc McStuffins or whatever it may be. So please be careful about this. Don't be tricked by thinking, oh, this is for kids, so it's okay. It's really not. And this also goes for social media, because I didn't talk about this much, but social media too, like a lot of people say, oh, I'm only watching like kids things. The way the algorithms work on social media is they put certain topics and certain things and they push them in front of you. So for example, like Snapchat, I actually very much discourage all kids to have Snapchat for the reason that a lot of the content they're pushing is very sexualized. A lot of it is sexualized, and you actually can't control that content. It automatically pops up. So I have a niece, and I she's always like, I want Snapchat, and her mom and me are always on the same page where I'm like, there's no Snapchat for you until you're much older and you understand this kind of stuff. And again, we have the honest conversation that the reason why you can't watch it is there's a lot of sexual things, and it's not good. And I think, again, this is something else that's really dangerous about social media is the constant exposure to something normalizes it. Right? So if one day you see it, the second day you see it, a year you see it, 5 years you see it, then you think, oh, what's the big deal? And then it becomes normal. So I think that's really another danger that I didn't get to talk to a lot about my talk, but it's kind of like what Dr. Washah was saying. Instead of technical hacking, it's hacking of the brain, right? So they're hacking your brain by pushing this certain content repeatedly where you're thinking, oh, okay, it's not that big of a deal, but then slowly it becomes that it's part of your brain and you didn't even realize it.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Sister Rania. Well said. Thank you. Technologically speaking, أخي الله يحفظكم, I want to remind myself and remind you all that we are living in an open system. That open system, you never know who is on the other end. So someone may actually pretend that he or she is a child, and that can be an adult. And unfortunately, we live in a world that we have to admit it, there are a lot of mentally sick people that use the technology for a negative purpose, let me put it that way. We need to be careful, either YouTube or whatever that might be the case. We have to be on a watch with, over our kids, and unfortunately we have to admit it. I mean, it's either by using certain tools for certain content that they might pop up. If you control that, that's fine. But the problem here that sometimes beside the YouTube, sometimes at the other end, and a lot of it happened a lot of times where at the other end that you think that you are talking to a child, but that is not. That's a mentally sick person who is talking to a child and trying to use their intelligence to lead that child to a path in which that is not acceptable by law and also morally as well.
Jazakallah khair. Yes.
Brother, I have a two-part question, please. Part one is, what is the harm of posting with your kids on TikTok and giving them a TikTok account for them to watch? And the second part to my question is, what does it do to the mental health of the child when the child is just like this on TikTok? Because now when they're watching 15-second videos all day long. So that's my two-part question, inshallah.
Jazakallah. Want to take that?
Go ahead, sister. Please.
So I think that was the brunt of my talk. That was the idea that I think what happens is I like to get to the back reason of things before we get into like what's happening, right? So a lot of times we can put band-aiders on problem where we say, oh, the kid's watching TikToks, let's take the phone away, or let's demolish, or abolish, sorry, or like not allow them to go on TikTok. But the reality is that the kids are going to find a way to get on TikTok, for example. I think what I had talked about earlier is the idea that a lot of kids have this sense of belonging that they're striving for, and a lot of times they get it through TikTok. And I didn't talk about this, but there's trends all the time that are happening that people are doing. And for example, if you don't know the latest trend, you're missing out, right? Because everyone else is talking about it and you look like the quote unquote idiot in the room that doesn't know what's happening. And so a lot of people are trying to strive towards that, where they're trying to fit in, where they're trying to understand, where they're trying to build that community through TikTok. So I think a huge part of it is like understanding why they go into it and addressing that. So if someone is constantly trying to on TikTok, think of it. Is it an escape mechanism? Do they have something else that's going on and they're trying to, shift it away or push it away in their mind and going mindless scrolling? It's a way of dissociation. Like if we want to get really technical in mental health, it's a way of dissociation. And I think that's why a lot of us really like social media, aside from the side of connection, is you can dissociate, right? So you can, like, let's say you had a really stressful day and a lot of different things happened. You just scroll through social media mindlessly and you kind of like detach from that, right? So it's like you're away from that. So it's not good ultimately, because it's basically like, it's for example like taking a Tylenol for a pain that needs a heart surgery, right? You need to really get to the heart of the issue and figure out, why is this kid addicted to social media? Why is this kid constantly on social media? The easiest way is to not introduce it from the beginning, right? To not have them, or to limit them a lot in the beginning so that they don't even get to the point of addiction, or to the point that they don't know what to do without being on social media. I remember, I think, I don't even know how long, like maybe around 10 years ago, I did a camp, and one of our rules was you couldn't have a phone. And a girl literally could not function without the phone in her hand. She could not function, like she couldn't. And I kept trying to get to her and talk to her, and she couldn't. At the end of the day, I realized it was a real problem, so I gave her phone and I just had it off the whole time. I was like, just have it off, right? So we don't want our kids to get to that point where they couldn't. And then when I talked to her, I figured out she had a lot of other things happening. She was having self-image issues, she was having issues at home. There was a lot of different things where this phone, where TikToks, Instagram, social media became a security blanket for her. So I think that's something that's really important that we have to address. Now, in terms of what it does to your brain, it's not good, right? So it goes back to this idea of instant gratification, where you're instantly getting the gratification that you need, and you expect that from everyone in the world. You begin to think that everyone's going to act how the people in this TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, whatever, this new one, I think it's called Reel, whatever, this world, you begin to think everyone acts in the real world as they act in this fake world. And that's something that's really scary, and that you don't want them to get into that. So I genuinely don't think it's good. It's also like, it's not good for their attention spans, because people can't watch things, and even challenge you all, right? Like our talk was 25 minutes, I think, or 20 minutes. By the end of our talk, everyone was kind of zoning out. Why? Because now you have everything in 15 seconds, 30-second reels, where you get the point of it, and if it's a second more, you lose concentration. Right? So all of this takes training. So training your mind to think a little bit more, doing meditation, mindfulness, and argument salah. The whole point of salah is to kind of do that, to focus, to really center yourself, to build those mindfulness activities. So that's like a short answer, but I hope that, did that answer your question? Yeah, first. Yeah, that's for Dr. Bashar.
Sure. Quickly and briefly. Let's admit the fact that, once again, and I want to emphasize on this fact, that living in an open society that will put yourself, or especially the child, especially when he or she is not being supervised, to a certain risk, let me put it that way. And I'm talking about technically speaking, because you, once again, you are being in that room, but you never know who is at the other end that what is trying to do. So we need to be very careful. Is there a harm? Is there a risk? Let me put it that way. Yes, there is indeed a risk, especially if the child is not being supervised technically in terms of certain tools. When I talk about tools, that you limit what exactly needs to be shown to the child in terms of the material, and also who would be connected to. These can be actually bypassed. What do I mean bypass? Bypass is that those hackers, let me just put it that way, hackers, that they have certain agenda to find a way to get their way to that person. So now it's either adult or a child. We have to be very cautious as to who we talk to, and also apply the right tools to be able to filter out. But even though with filtering out, and that's the point that I want to emphasize on, even though that you're filtering out the certain material, that person can be a person with misleading of his identity or her identity to your child or to yourself. So common sense. Don't you ever assume that it is a safe world out there. You are living in an open society or open system, and that open system can be dangerous, and we have to take all the precautions. It's exactly the same thing, and this is the last thought, if I may please, that it's like you are I want to share a personal experience. I have a vehicle. I mean, it doesn't matter what kind it is. My driveway. This morning I was actually on the ring that people try to steal it. The car is a little bit advanced, so what they try to do, they try to open it. They opened it even though it's locked. Now, I find that from the police, so I call the police to make a report to make sure that, this does not happen again. And I live in a kind of decent area. It's actually, and the funny thing is that the chief of the police is my neighbor, and on one side, and a detective on my other side. Now, the point that I'm trying to make, even though with this measure and this security, still people try to steal it, try to get into it. How did they open it, even though it's a little bit advanced? They opened it because, and I found that the keys, it's by the door, the hanger. Now they have a device that signal can be actually extended, in which that the car can be tricked to, because the car can only be open when you are either your thumb or you have the keys automatically. So they opened it with that device. My point here, that trick, that risk can happen to anybody, no matter how much measures, and I'm sharing this personal experience, because the fact that we should take all the different measures. Can we prevent it 100%? No. However, we could reduce the risk that we may have, but we cannot prevent it 100%. Thank you.
Jazakumullah khair. I think with that, we will conclude. I want to make sure that I think the main takeaways is be very vigilant, whether it is in terms of social media content, how to manage it with your kids, or in terms of physically with the malware, with the phishing that Dr. Saad mentioned, and with all the controls, with all the oversight. Something that I think that is extremely important that both of our distinguished speakers mentioned is an open communication with our kids. You can put controls, you can put limitations, but they will find a way to break it, as they broke into Dr. Saad's car. But I think that open communication with our kids is the key to all of this. This is not it. We have Sheikh Osama Salhiya and we have Dr. Ahmed Al-Binni with us. After Aisha, we'll continue. If you have more questions, they will share with us their thoughts and their experience. So please stick with us. Jazakumullah khair, Sister Rania. Jazakumullah khair, Dr. Saad. And Salat Laisha, inshallah. Barakallah fiqh.
Thank you so much. It's really a pleasure.
3 عقود من الزمن مرت على تأسيس المركز الإسلامي التعليمي لمنطقة نورث هاتسون في ولاية نيوجيرسي الأمريكية، فقد أصبح بفضل جهود القائمين عليه منذ الإنشاء بوصلة لا تحيد عن نشر دور اجتماعي وثقافي وتعليمي مميز لأبناء وبنات الجالية المسلمة، ومنارة تضيء الدرب لقاصديها، بعد أن كان هذا المبنى معبدا يهوديا ماسونيا ثم نادي ليلي.
شراء بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. We have two honorable guests today, Brother Ahmed Al-Binni on my left and Sheikh Usama Salhiya on my right. And they are here to talk about the topic of social media and how it impacts us as Muslims and as youth. And we will begin, inshallah ta'ala, with Brother Ahmed Al-Binni. And just as a very short introduction, Brother Ahmed graduated with a bachelor's degree from Yale University in history and political science with a certificate in journalism. And he has worked in various newspapers in the states of New Jersey and Ohio on the topics of religion, culture, and media. And he's currently pursuing his PhD at Princeton University in Near Eastern Studies. So we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to give him tawfiq and to make him, an influence on the media in a positive light. And inshallah, he will begin today's talk by talking to us about three concepts which are interrelated. The first is misinformation with regards to social media, bullying with regards to social media, and even some mental illnesses that can be caused by social media, negative social media. So inshallah, he will begin.
Jazakallah khairan for that generous introduction. And I want to begin by thanking Sheikh Muhammad Musa and the Center for inviting me here. I don't consider myself an expert in social media by any stretch of the imagination. However, I have a long-standing interest in media studies. I worked in the media for a few years, and I've always been interested in studying the media as someone who was in the media. And so that's sort of the perspective I'm coming at when I talk about, when I cover the topic here today, inshallah. Now, I'm not going to tackle, so three things were mentioned here, misinformation, bullying, and mental health problems. I'm not going to tackle them in exactly that order. I don't think it's really necessarily the most productive to take them one by one. They're all interrelated, and I think they all have basically the same structural causes. So really what I want to offer here is a structural analysis of social media and of how it gives rise to all these interrelated phenomena. So at times I might be a little academic, might be a little abstract. If I am, please feel free to ask me follow-up questions for clarification. I can get sort of lost in the clouds a bit sometimes, so I'll, inshallah, try to be accessible and grounded and coherent, inshallah. So I want to begin with a quote from the Canadian communication theorist. His name is Marshall McLuhan. I don't know if anyone here has heard of him, but he's quite influential in the field of media studies. And probably the most famous quote attributed to him is, "The medium is the message." Okay? The medium is the message. And what he meant by that is that when we look at media, and not just social media, I'm talking about media, any kind of media, right? So books are a kind of media, right? Books, newspapers, radios, television, computers. When we look at any kind of media, the content of what's in that media, like what you're reading about in the newspaper or what you're watching on TV, that content is less important than the medium itself. So what you're reading about in the newspaper is less important than the fact that you're reading it in a newspaper. Or what you are watching on TV is less important than the fact that you're watching TV. So it's the fact that you're engaging with the medium itself that is the most important part of the experience. And that's what's going to shape you and affect you the most. And so the deeper point here is that the media that we use and engage with, it's not value neutral. Right? So I think we keep falling into this trap over and over again where we say, okay, TV is neutral. It can be good or bad. Or computers are neutral. They can be good or bad. Or social media is neutral. It can be good or bad. And look, to an extent, yes, that is true. Some people use social media in a healthier way than other people. Some people watch better things on TV than other people. This is true. But focusing on that overlooks the ways that just the very fact that you're watching TV or logging onto a computer or reading a book, just by doing that, you are slowly changing your brain, the structure of your brain, and you are slowly changing your experience of the world. So different mediums have certain intrinsic properties that shape and reshape how we think and how we act, how we behave. So it's not just about what's in the medium, it's the medium itself. So that's really what I want to look at today, because this gets us away, I think, from just talking about, oh, we need more social media or less social media or good social media versus bad social media. If we want to understand how to tackle the problem better, I think we need to sort of try to get a deeper understanding of how social media works on us, right? Like, what is it doing to us whenever we use it? At this point, we all use it, right? This isn't just a problem for the youth, even though for them it's felt most acutely with them because they are now growing up with social media, and no generation of human beings previously has ever grown up with social media. So this is a social experiment that we're undergoing right now. We don't know what's going to happen, right? Because we've never done this before. That's why it's so scary, right? We have no reference point. This is the first generation of people who were born after the advent of iPhones, of smartphones, of social media, and we don't know what it's actually doing to them. There's early research now, but it's all preliminary. And things are changing so fast, subhanAllah, things are changing so fast, they are changing faster than our ability to comprehend them. So it's outstripping our ability to even describe what we're seeing. So a few years from now, we'll finally have the vocabulary or the frameworks to talk about some of the things that are happening right now. So in a sense, what I'm going to talk about today, it's already outdated, right? It's already outdated. I'm going to try to help us understand things that were already happening 5-6 years ago. So things are changing rapidly, and so we're always struggling to catch up. That's part of the challenge that we're facing today. So to make this comprehensible, inshallah, I'm going to break down my discussion I'm going to make 3 major points, and then there's sub-points under the 3 major points. But I'm going to make 3 major points. I'm going to articulate them as paradoxes, right? And hopefully each point will clarify something important about, again, the very structure of social media and how it's affecting us. So the very first paradox, all right, and I think this might be the most important one, right, which is that social media builds reality by destroying it. Okay? Social media builds reality by destroying it. So what do I mean by that? What I mean is that social media, it's creating a completely new reality. I'm going to bring up another theorist. This one was a postmodern theorist named John Baudrillard. I probably mispronounced his name. He has a hard French name to pronounce. But he basically, his most influential idea is the idea of hyper-reality. Right? The idea that we now live in a time, so basically to simplify and summarize what he was saying, because I think it's very important. We now live in a time where it's very hard to distinguish reality from fiction. Right? So that's easy enough to follow. It's very hard to distinguish reality from fiction. But his point was even deeper than that. He said in the digital age now, where we're surrounded by constant stimuli, right? Notifications on the phone, notifications from social media. We are surrounded by endless signs. And we have come to a point now where the difference between the sign and what it's signifying have just eroded, right? So if I see a picture of, if I see a picture of a chicken, right? That's not the same as the chicken, right? So there's a real chicken and there's a picture that references the chicken, right? So that's a sign that's signifying the chicken. When you spend all your time online, you live in a world where there is no difference between the sign and the actual thing, right? They're the same thing. So reality and fiction, they bleed into one another. Once upon a time, the internet was something that you had to log on to, right? If back in the 1990s, well, before I was even born, back in the early 1990s when the internet was still coming about, you had to log on to the internet. Right? So if you want to go online, you had to wait until you got home from work, go on your laptop, hook it up, and then actually physically log in. So there were a lot of barriers to actually being online. Today it's completely different. Once upon a time, the default was we live in the real world, and then we go onto the internet. Right? Now we're on the internet permanently, and we have to try to leave the internet, to get off the internet. And this happened mostly because of 2 things. The first was the invention of Facebook in 2005 or 2006, and the second one was the invention of the iPhone in 2007. Those 2 things happened close together, and they made the internet reality itself. Because now you don't have to wait until you get home to log onto your computer. Now your laptop is in your pocket all day long. Right? So the internet, this magical portal to everything that exists, it's in your pocket all the time. And increasingly, everything has migrated to the internet. So if you want to do anything, you have to be online. This is why the problem of social media is so difficult. Speaking personally as a journalist, when I was in journalism, when you are a journalist, you can't do your job. You can't do your job if you're not on social media. So if you're a journalist, you have to be on social media to do your job. If you're not on Twitter or whatever, you can't connect with other journalists. You can't build networks. You can't follow the news. You can't do anything. The day I interned at a major newspaper, they told me, "Do you have a Twitter account?" I told them, "No, not really." And they said, "Well, you have to make one. You think you're going to be a journalist without being on Twitter?" It was a ludicrous idea. And so now everything has migrated online. And of course, Corona accelerated this process dramatically. And now our work, even our halaqas, like once upon a time we go to the masjid, go to the halaqah. Now we can just stay at home and come in through Zoom, right? So everything has migrated online. Our personal lives and our professional lives, they now exist online. So social media is everything. This is reality now. And Baudelaire, he called this hyper-reality, as in it's more real than real, right? Hyper-reality. So this false reality, for us, it's no longer fake, right? No, this reality actually feels more real to us than reality itself. And we actually can no longer tell the difference. They are one and the same. And people who are growing up with social media, they feel this very intensely, right? Where there is no real boundary anymore. For children, it's not that, I'm going to go online. No, you are online. This is your default state. And going offline is very hard. It's very hard. So this is the state that we're in right now. And since we're on social media all the time, we are basically in a prison, okay? So we are in a digital panopticon, right? The panopticon is this idea of a circular prison, right? Where basically a single guard, the design of the prison is that a single security guard, he can see everybody in the prison from his position. But the prisoners can't tell if they're being watched or not. And so that encourages the prisoners to regulate themselves and self-censor themselves at all times, because they might be being watched. They might be watched at any time. Right? This is what social media is now. It's a digital panopticon. Right? And so now, and again, especially for the younger generations, now we exist in a state where we are always being watched. Right? We are always being watched. By who? We're being watched by the tech giants, by the social media companies, by the algorithm. They're watching our every click, our every like. We leave a whole digital trail, and they're watching every move that we make so that they can optimize our experience, by which means figure out different ways of making us stay online longer. That's the main objective, right? How can we keep you online for as long as possible? So we are always being watched, and others are always watching us, and we are always watching others, and we are watching ourselves through the eyes of others. So it's a hall of mirrors. It's a hall of mirrors. This is true whether you're on Twitter or Instagram or Snapchat, whatever it is, you now have this new awareness that it doesn't matter if you're in the privacy of your bedroom. If you can lock the door of the bathroom and sit inside, but if you're on your phone, you're being watched. There are eyes on you. And it's not the eyes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. See, this is a very different experience. When you're aware that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is always watching you, this conditions your behavior in a different way than when you're aware that other human beings are always watching you. So there's a fundamentally new kind of human experience, the end of privacy, and we do it willingly. We do it willingly. So people who are on social media now, they're watching others watch them. And so they're always looking at themselves through the eyes of others. I'm going to post this Snapchat. I'm going to post this video, on Instagram. I'm going to tweet. I'm going to write a tweet. Or I'm going to post something on Facebook. I'm going to some personal reflection or some thoughts on current events. And you're doing this, and the whole time you're doing it, what are you always thinking about, consciously or unconsciously? Well, how are people going to react? Right? So your entire existence becomes performance. And there is nothing outside that performance. Again, there's another kind of hyper-reality. The difference between how you're acting and who you really are, there is no difference anymore. You are the act. You're an actor forever now. You are the act. You are the performance. So there's nothing beneath the performance. That's just who you are now. So everything becomes flattened in this really profound way. You are just the performance. So we live in this digital panopticon where we're always being watched and watching others and watching ourselves through others. What does it mean to act with sincerity or with a good niyyah in this context? Right? I think this is a real question we have to grapple with. And I'll leave this to the shuyukh to reflect on this more, but like, what does it mean? What does it mean to have a sincere niyyah when you are now nothing but performance? This is all you are performance. And niyyah is built, the idea of a niyyah salima is built on the idea that you have an interior self that where you can make decisions and where you can commit to things, again, without broadcasting it. Right? That there's something beyond just your exterior, your face, your exterior appearance. That's no longer true. Again, we are just performances now. And so to borrow another term from McLuhan, we now live in a global village. We now live in a global village, right? So, in a village, in a small village, right, historically, everyone knows you and you know everybody. Right? So you live in a small village, you have your cousin, you have your parents, your siblings, then you have your extended family, and then you have friends of your family, and it's a small village, everybody knows each other, everybody kind of knows everybody else's business, there's not really any secrets, right? But it's okay, because you're a village, you live in a village, and you're close to each other, right? You have this intimacy with each other, right? Versus living in a big city, where you might have your family, but you don't know anybody else in the city, or you have some friends, right? But the vast majority of people around you are strangers. Now what social media has done, it's crashed these two worlds into each other. So now, it's not that you live in a city or you live in a village, now you live in a village, but the village is the whole world. It's a global village. And this is a nightmare situation. This is the worst of both worlds. Because when you live in a global village, now everybody knows who you are, everybody's up in your business, but you don't know any of them. Right? So everybody knows you, but nobody knows you. And you know everybody, but you don't know anybody. So it's the worst of both worlds, because it's basically that it's intimacy, false intimacy without accountability. Because you don't know these people, you don't have any responsibilities to them, and they don't have any responsibilities towards you. And that's exactly what enables an incredible amount of cruelty online, because it's simulating the appearance of intimacy, but it's not real intimacy. Even your online friends who are on the other side of the world, they're your friends online, but there's not really a history of real friendship there. And so since people broadcast their lives on social media all the time, it seems like you know them, but you don't really know them. And again, so it's all illusion. Again, it's all a hall of mirrors. And so that allows people to act towards each other in ways they would never act in real life, or think they're entitled to treat each other in certain ways that they would never think to be like in, again, real life. And again, the whole point is that real life and digital life you can't really separate them anymore. This is what causes so much depression for people. And this is what causes, this is what gives rise to extremely cruel kinds of bullying and harassment. And there's cultures online where basically someone says something, we've seen this cycle so many times. I'm most familiar with Twitter, so I'm going to use Twitter as an example. You might be on Facebook or Instagram or Snapchat. A lot of the dynamics are broadly the same. But you're on Twitter, right? You post something about a current event, or you had a shower thought, and you feel the need to share it with the whole world. Because again, it's all performance now. You can't just have a thought and let it sit there. No, now everybody has to know about it. And so you share this shower thought, and maybe you worded it a little poorly, or you said something that's kind of like, not that thoughtful, which is okay. This happens all the time. When you're with friends and you're just sharing ideas and just throwing ideas around, you say stuff all the time that you don't want recorded and preserved, right? But social media is cruel, and that everything that you say is recorded and saved. They say the internet never forgets. That's what you see on social media. So he says something that's kind of like, again, not super thoughtful. And then it's not just that one or two people will seize on it. Because of the way Twitter is designed, this random thing that you said can now be broadcast to literally millions of people. Literally hundreds of thousands of people can see what you said, and they can respond directly to you. And again, see, global village. Right? So now everybody can know you and speak directly to you, and they can talk to you in however they want, because ultimately you're just an avatar for them. Or you're just pixels on a screen for them. And so sometimes people aren't even being that malicious, but the human mind is not designed to handle attack and rejection from hundreds of thousands of people at the same time. That's traumatizing. That causes actual long-lasting psychic damage. To know that there's literally hundreds of thousands of people who are all scorning you, and they might not even be scorning you that hard, but the fact that it's hundreds of thousands, this is literally traumatizing. This is what drives people off social media, and this is what causes depression and causes people to even commit suicide. Cyberbullying is a real thing. People say, how can you be cyberbullied? Just log off. But see, that's the problem. There is no more logging off. Right? You can't just, it's such a flippant thing to say, just like quit being online. How? Everything is online now. The choice has been taken out of your hand. If you're not going to be online, then what are you going to do? Go live with the Amish? Just cut yourself off from technology? Some people do that and they say that's the only way out. But again, unless short of those extreme solutions, there's no real way out. And so it's not surprising that since the early 2010s, suicide rates and rates of depression, they jumped sharply. We're saying from a 50 or 150% increase, and especially among teenagers. And who among teenagers? Especially teenage girls. So the impact is gendered, right? So boys are affected by social media harassment too, but it seems to be more severe with girls. And this makes sense in some ways. I mean, boys, if they really get mad at each other, sometimes they'll just beat each other up, right? They'll just get into a fight. But for girls, they'll undermine each other socially, and social media is the perfect tool for that. You can these days now a single sentence, a single line, a single post, it can ruin your life and your reputation forever. I mean, even university professors are losing their jobs over a tweet these days. I mean, this is where we are with social media. And so it makes sense. It shouldn't be surprising for us that deep mental health problems crop up from extensive social media use. And people feel miserable on social media, but they can't quit. It's a compulsive behavior now. I know this isn't making me happy, but I have to be online because all of my friends are online. I don't want to miss out on what they're doing. And the only way that I'm going to have any credit or any street credit, as they say, is by being online. So again, there's no opt-out option anymore. Right? Before you can opt in for the internet, but now you have to opt out because the default is that you're in from the get-go, and it's very hard. It's very hard to opt out. And of course, when you're on social media and everyone's watching everyone, as they say, comparison is the thief of joy. Comparison is the thief of joy. Right? So you have this perfectly curated stream of images, people smiling in images, celebration posts, weddings, engagements, parties, graduations, and this is all familiar territory. When that's all you see of other people, it depresses you, and you feel the need to compete with them too. So it's a race to the bottom. Everyone's competing to show how awesome their life is, and so everyone thinks everyone else's life is better, so everyone's miserable. It's an absurd situation, but this is the situation that we've landed ourselves in with social media. And this endless assault of stimuli, it cripples our ability to think deeply. Okay? And again, regardless of what you're doing on social media, maybe you're on social media because you want to read some thoughtful analysis. Some people, they want to use social media because you want to read some thoughtful analysis of the latest geopolitical event. Or you're there because you're just following some shuyukh or some scholars that you respect. But even if that's why you're using social media, using it extensively, and they've already done research on this, it rewires your mental circuitry. And slowly but surely, you become a shallower thinker, and it becomes harder and harder for you to retain memories. Because that's the way social media, it's fragmented, right? So it's literally a feed, you're scrolling. And subhanAllah, in 15 minutes, you will see more people and be subjected to more stimuli, images of more places, more ideas, more faces than our ancestors saw their entire lives. Right? In 15 minutes, it's like you're traveling through, it's like a vortex, and you're traveling through hundreds of dimensions in the span of 15, 20 minutes. What do you think that does to us? Right? It just fries our neural networks. And so it exhausts our capacity to actually even think, because we can't do anything but just receive the signals. Right? We can't even think anymore. And because we're always bouncing from thing to thing to thing to thing to thing, we find it very hard to then actually sit and focus. So social media, it creates a fragmented personality, right? It creates people whose thinking is constantly fractured because they can't just dwell on anything. It's a very different experience from reading a book, for example. If you are a person who just only reads books all the time, your mind is going to function very differently from somebody who's on social media. To read a book, it's very slow, deliberate, it's linear, and it's very deliberative. Social media, though, it's fragmentary, it's illusionary, it's fast, right? This is the defining aspect of social media. It's fast. This is the priority. Endless speed. How much faster can we get? So this rewires how we think. And this is the last thing I'll say about the first point. And the second 2 points are not as involved as the first point, so I won't keep you here all night, inshallah. But the more social media you use, the more unreal everything feels. Again, because everything is just an endless stream of pixels, a sense of unreality starts to take over, right? Because where other people don't really feel real, right? There's this idea, are we aware of what NPC means? I think people who play video games might be aware of what NPC means. An NPC is a non-playable character. And just so you know, NPC is this is a common piece of internet slang, you know, oh, you're an NPC. A non-playable character is in video games, you know, you're playing as the main character or whatever, and then you have to go and ask somebody for directions to go to the castle, or somebody's going to give you information about your mission. But the person you're talking to is just part of the program, it's just part of the game, right? There's no one on the other side of that person controlling them the way you're controlling your character. So you can't play as that character, so they're called a non-playable character. Now on the internet now, you have some people they insult each other by saying you're an NPC. You're acting like a non-playable character, meaning you're just part of the system. You have no actual thoughts in your head, right? You're just code. And there's nothing more dehumanizing than calling somebody an NPC. You're saying you're not even a real person, right? You're just everything that you think and that you say has been programmed into you, right? And so this idea has become, it spreads and become very popular online. This idea that, you know, some people are just so stupid and so dumb, they're NPCs, right? It's very dehumanizing language, and it's connected to how social media makes life itself feel like a game, like a video game. So social media has what I want to call, it has a gamifying effect, as in it makes everything a game. Because social media is a game. What's the game? How many likes can I get? It's even designed like a game, right? So you have to maximize your points. 500 likes this time. Okay, I'm gonna try to get to 1,000 likes, try to get to 2,000 likes. And these social media platforms, they encourage you to look at it as a game too. They encourage you to look at it as a game. So Snapchat, they have the streaks, right? If you log in every single day, you start building up a streak. And the longer the streak continues, the more rewards you get. But if you don't log in one day, you break your streak. And so some people get very attached to this. Like, I haven't logged on to Snapchat today. I have to log on to Snapchat so I can keep my streak going. I've heard of people who when they go on vacation, they're not gonna have internet access, they ask their friends to log on to Snapchat for them so they can keep the streak going. You can't lose the game. This is the most important thing. It's all a game. So social media, it makes reality itself a game. It's a gamification of reality, right? And this affects how you look at other people and how you look at yourself. And you know, the more you do this, the more that you yourself start to feel fake, like you're just part of the game too. You're an NPC. Right? It's all code. You're just absorbed in these endless pixels. It's a very disturbing experience. We don't even have the vocabulary to describe what's happening here, right? But many young people feel this way. They feel like this weird disassociation, which was brought up in the previous lecture. It's like they're disassociated not just from other people, but from their own selves. Like, they're not even in their body anymore. Everything is just, it's like this bizarre experience where nothing is real anymore. Not even me. I'm not even real. I'm just pixels on the computer screen. I'm just a screen, just like everybody else is a screen. Again, it's a hole of mirrors. And you know, this rabbit hole goes down deep. And again, we don't quite have the words to even describe what this is. But moving on, because actually my next point follows up on this. So social media, and you know, let me just follow up directly on that. Social media rebuilds the individual by destroying the individual. Okay, social media rebuilds the individual by destroying the individual. So social media creates a new kind of human being, right? And this is happening to all of us again, but especially the younger generations. This new human being, again, thinks in a very fragmented way, very non-linear, just like skipping stones on the face of a pond, right? That's sort of like how we are. And it's very shallow, but very, very fast and can just stretched out across a huge amount of information and stimuli. And when you're on social media all the time, you know, and you feel this disassociation, right? What ends up happening is that for some people, who they are on social media ends up feeling more real than who they are in real life, right? So you yourself, like for example me, Ahmed, sitting in this chair, I feel less real like this than the Ahmed profile on Twitter, for example. And I think many young people now, this is how they feel about who they are on Twitter or TikTok. TikTok is the latest frontier, right? It's mostly TikTok now. Twitter is for old people, right? TikTok is really where it's all at now. Who they are on TikTok or Instagram or Snapchat, they feel in some way that that person is actually it's more authentically me than I am in this physical world. Because here in the real world, again, quote unquote real world, I am trapped in this body. I'm in this body, and I'm in this community. I have parents who don't let me do what I want. I have a community that doesn't let me do what I want. When I'm online though, I can be whatever I want. I can go wherever I want to go. Because online, the internet and social media, this is a place that is post-spatial and post-temporal. Post-spatial and post-temporal. It's a place that is beyond space and beyond time. So you've escaped your physical and biological constraints. So when you're on social media, you're in a whole other, I don't want to say you're the God, but you're the master of your realm, right? You just swipe your finger this way or that way, you can visit anywhere you want, you can talk to anybody you want, and you can be anybody you want. You can redesign yourself in whatever way you want. And so you can design the perfect self, the self that most reflects who you really are. And so you eventually start thinking that your avatar, right, the person that you are on social media, the person that you are online, that's actually you. And this person that you are here, that's not really you. And if you keep developing this thinking, your body itself, it becomes completely arbitrary. Like your physical body, it loses its sacredness. Like, وَلَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي آدَمَ, right? Allah has dignified Bani Adam, and part of that dignity, sorry. Can I have 2 more minutes? Okay. Part of that dignity is existing in this body, in this physical body. But when you're on social media and your existence is entirely online, your body starts to feel arbitrary, which means you can change your body however you want, in whatever way you want, to reflect your true self, which is the self that you've constructed online. So you are alienated from your own self. You disassociate from your own self. And we can imagine this has led to some of the movements and spread of some ideologies that we see today. Because social media literally changes how we perceive and understand ourselves. And on TikTok, there are entire communities which are built around modifying your body to match your ideal self. So you've had communities about pro-anorexia communities, or communities where you self-diagnose as, I'm someone who has ADHD, or I have dissociative identity disorder. And so you become part of this community by identifying yourself as having some sort of mental health problem, or modifying your body and therefore changing yourself in a way that confirms that you have that mental health problem, so you can be part of this community. And that brings me to my last point, which is community. I've talked about reality, the individual, and community, and now the last thing is community, which is social media destroys community. It builds community by destroying it, right? The paradox of social media is that it connects us. It seems to connect us to other people, but by doing so, it isolates us. And I think you'll find for young people who are deep in certain digital subcultures, they have a very particular vocabulary, right? And lingo and way of talking about the world and being. And when other people outside of that digital subculture don't have that vocabulary, they lose respect for them, or they seem out of touch and irrelevant to them. And who are the first people who are going to seem out of touch and irrelevant? Their family, right? Their parents. My mom and dad, they have no idea who I am or what I'm doing. They have no connection. They don't know anything. They don't know any of the memes that I'm sharing or any of the deep discussions that I'm having with my friends. They're completely irrelevant. They're normies, right? There's a common internet term, normie, right? The normies are the people they're not online, and they're ignorant of the intricacies and depths of these online worlds. They're dumb, basically. They're normies. So again, social media fundamentally transforms, at the end of the day, it rewires us, and it creates new ways of thinking and new ways of behaving, new ways of even understanding ourselves. I was going to conclude with some reflections as to what we can do about this, but I think, inshallah, Sheikh Osama is going to cover that, so I'll end that there. Apologies for rushing at the end. Jazakallah khair for bearing with me throughout all that. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Jazakallah khair, Brother Ahmed al-Binni, for, mashallah, all this content. He's like an encyclopedia. And he talked about, you know, the positive influences of social media as well as the negative. And he mentioned that we need social media for work. We need it to integrate and to participate in society. We need it to connect with family. And at the same time, برضو, we have to watch out for what social media is doing. And he basically said that it's rewiring who we are. And in simple terms, the more you tune into the social media, the more it's going to impact your mind and your behavior. So this is why you have to be careful, you know, how often you're on social media. Is it important? Is it useful? Or is it for, you know, ostentation, as he mentioned, you know, just boasting or, you know, scrolling through useless media. Yeah, and he also talked about how, you know, as Muslims, we have what we call the intention, which is we try to intend to be sincere to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And a lot of times on media, it's like we have to appear our best, even if we're not that way. And this is something important, especially, you know, this being in the masjid, the concept of niyyah and, you know, presenting in a good way, but at the same time not being proud or not trying to be someone who you're not. And I think that's also very important. Any questions for Brother Ahmed regarding his topic from the audience? Okay. So because of the time, we are going to, inshallah, direct the talk to Sheikh Osama Salhiya, and he's the Imam of ICPC Clifton. Sheikh Osama is a graduate of Al-Azhar, and he graduated with a bachelor's in the faculty of Sharia. And he is going to talk about how social media influences our masajid and the impact of how we can use social media, you know, to better our masajid. بإذن الله تعالى فليتفضل.
جزاك الله خير بارك الله فيكم. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد أشرف الخلق وسيد المرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. For starters, جزاكم الله خير for the invitation. بارك الله فيكم شيخنا Sheikh Muhammad Musa. And secondly, جزاك الله خير دكتور البني إن شاء الله باعتبار ما سيكون بإذن الله قريبا. I really enjoyed your talk, and mashallah, it was very deep and very interesting. Coming from the masjid world and the archaic infrastructure of our masajid, we I guess need a lot to learn about, you know, the language that's being had in the virtual realities, and I think we're like light years behind what some of our youth and the younger generation is already very, very much proficient at. It was very interesting. I learned a few, what is it, NPC ولا مش عارف ايه؟ NPC و يعني avatars and سبحان الله الله أكبر. But I guess, you know, my section of the talk, and I'm going to keep it short because mashallah, يعني, I know you guys had a lot of talks today, and يعني, it's time to go home. So I'm going to keep it short and brief بإذن الله تعالى. But for starters, you know, I want to emphasize something that, you know, the first talk was highlighting, and that is that, you know, these social media platforms are a reality that we need to deal with. And they're not something that we could just completely close off. Yet we need to realize that they have very detrimental effects on what we're trying to do through our masajid. They have very detrimental effects. You know, so the side of it being a reality, statistics-wise, we have our phones to remind us how much screen time we have on a weekly basis. This is how bad it's getting, where statistics are showing us that, at least what I was able to find, that, you know, younger demographics are spending hours daily of screen time. What I found was from 8 to 12, the average screen time in America is close to 5 hours. And for teenagers, average screen time daily is about 7 hours. I don't know how accurate these statistics are, but I would imagine they are very accurate within that range, because we have this. It's like a third arm, to be honest with you. Our phones is very difficult to get out of the habit of picking up your phone every 30 seconds just to see if I got a new message or a new notification on WhatsApp or in my messages or on Facebook or on Instagram or on Twitter or on TikTok or on Reel or مش عارف ايه. All these different types of platforms that absolutely consume us and consume our minds. And I think as the first lecture was highlighting, it creates a certain mindset towards everything. And one of the words that was used was the gamifying effect. And I could see this from the standpoint of masajid. When masajid were pushed into the virtual realm, this was during COVID. Before that, yeah, sure, there was some national speakers who had pages on Twitter, Facebook, and Snapchat and whatnot, and people had followings, but on an individual level, and maybe perhaps on some institutions, but most masajid were not really advanced in that regard until COVID hit, and we had to learn about Zoom, and we had to learn about Facebook Live, and and a few other tools that we use to live stream, and even mashayikh started learning how to use these all by themselves with some training. You got your own light, your own microphone. You find where to buy a good camera, and you could do it all from your office. You don't even need to go outside of your office to talk to people anymore. Just from your office, just click وخلاص يعني. But of course, and that all the masajid got into this from that, and the gamifying effect, something very interesting as you noted it. Like, how many followers do we have? How many views did this video get? How many likes did this video get? And we started assessing what we should do as masajid based on the reaction that people are giving us. This is getting a lot of likes, so maybe we should talk more about this. Even we started mentioning through our videos, okay, can you guys please share this, because we want more followers and more viewership. And again, this is not necessarily bad things, because you want to share khair, but at the same time, it has a draining effect on certain aspects of our humanity. It makes us people looking for instant gratification. It makes us sometimes unsatisfied with giving da'wah on a low scale. No, it needs to be big, or that's it, it's not worth it. It needs to get very far, or else I'm wasting my time. And that's what we sort of see happening with social media. But again, like we said, this is a reality we need to deal with. I work in a masjid, and I also go to some of our Islamic schools. And I don't think that this is necessarily the healthiest way forward. It's not, because if you work in our Islamic schools or you visit our Islamic schools, you see something very, very, very wrong after COVID. Something's not right with our children. And studies are showing this. As he said, everything's very preliminary, but in terms of cognitive development and ADHD and stress and anxiety and everything, it's getting very, very bad very quickly. Now people are doing live streams of themselves committing suicide. I don't know if you guys heard it recently, even in the Muslim world. A guy in Egypt recently, young guy, نسأل الله السلامة والعافية وصلاح الحال. Young guy in Egypt in his 20s, does a live stream of himself throwing himself off the qad'a, just committed suicide. And this is not just one example. There are so many examples of people starting to live stream themselves, either doing a big crime like killing somebody, or committing suicide, or doing something of the sort. So this is definitely not, I guess you could say, the healthiest reality for us as human beings. The masajid are in the business of tarbiyah. And tarbiyah is something that is way beyond the scope of information. you need human interaction. There's a reason why our Islamic tradition emphasizes the subject of suhbah and companionship. Suhbat al-salihin on one end, accompanying righteous people, and suhbat al-ulama, and learning at the hands of scholars and the tutelage and that oral tradition from generation to the next. اذهب إلى ربيعة فتعلم من أدبه قبل أن تتعلم من علمه. Go and learn from his adab before you learn from his knowledge. Because knowledge is not just information. العلم الحقيقي هو الخشية. What is true knowledge? It's the knowledge that leads the person to Allah and makes the person a better individual, a better human being. So it's something more than you'll find as information. When I'm behind the screen, the biggest challenge is it reduces the process of tarbiyah and ilm to information. You're going to hear a lot of ma'lumat hilwa. It's going to make you feel good. It's going to be nice, and then you're going to go on your way, khalas. That's the end of it. But really, is that what's going to reform people and change them? No, it's not. It's actually, there's good contributions we can make to the social media world, and we should do those. We're not speaking against that, but it's actually not doing away with the depression that people have, the stress that people have, the isolation that people have, virtual isolation. Isolation is ruining society. It's absolutely destroying the fabric of society. The Prophet ﷺ's message and his mission was all about human experience. Now, social skills are lost. People don't, there's a big struggle to communicate as human beings with each other. Social skills, they're lost. People don't want to communicate with each other. And that's part of the challenge now after COVID is how can I convince people to actually come to the masjid? Now, without the masajid being involved in the social media realm, the masajid have lost their relevance. You need to do a whole lot to convince me to get out of my house and actually drive and come to the masjid when I have 1,000 lectures or tens of thousands of lectures to choose from on YouTube that can fulfill me and give me my fix or whatever I want, if that's what I'm looking for. What are you going to do to convince me to actually come to the masjid? You need to do a whole lot more, because hey, I don't even have to leave my house to do shopping now. It's going to come right to my doorstep. Whether I want dinner or lunch, or whether I want even just groceries or whatever I want, Amazon and the likes of it, and have really changed the way people live, but not really for the better. In my opinion, part of what makes us human beings is our need for uns. And I think that human aspect usually comes back to people at some point when they go through a lot of problems. They realize that, okay, I need to find help. I need to find something. I feel empty. I was just talking with a brother today who, he's not Muslim, may Allah guide him to Islam, but for a large part of his life, he identified as an atheist. But he just feels like there's some empty, he feels like life is pointless. There's no purpose. And that drove him to start looking for answers. I need to sit with people. I need to go search for answers outside. And there's a million and one examples like this. That when you look at the seerah, it's all about the human experience, the need for uns, right? Uns is, I need to, الإنسان مدني بطبعه. Allah created me with my fitrah that I need to interact with people. And from behind a screen, the quality of that interaction is greatly reduced. I'll not find what I need as a human being from behind a screen. I just won't. So it's not doing away with the isolation. It's actually augmenting that isolation. But again, the question comes back is, if I don't engage this reality, how can I really be relevant? Is the solution, well, you know what, forget about online, and whoever comes to our masajid, just come? We can't do that, unfortunately. We can't do that because people are just so entrenched in an online reality that it takes a lot of effort to wake this humanity up within them. Hey, you know what? There's more to life than what you're investing your time and your life in. Break out of your shell. Perhaps what you're doing and how you're living is exactly causing your own ruin. So in actuality, what am I trying to say? The social media platform is a tool that masajid need to absolutely become proficient at. We need to develop this. But it is a tool that we don't seek as an objective. Because in the end of the day, the ultimate objective is for us to fulfill the core of our humanity, to fulfill the most intimate needs of our soul, and that'll never be had through virtual. So the purpose of virtual is a means to an end. What is that end? Is for us to interact face to face. It's for us to build a sense of community. You know how many people are lost because they don't have a sense of community? They don't have that in their families, and they don't have a good support system. You know, those old teachings that we learn from our deen, even from the seerah of the Prophet ﷺ, about how critical and crucial a support system is. I need a support system. If I don't have a support system, then I won't be able to function as a human. They call it Am al-Huzn in the seerah for a reason, the year of sorrow. They call it that for a reason. I need that in my life. I need a support system. And there's no way I'm going to have that if I don't have good voices around me. So that's really the selling point. I think at a certain point in our coming days, and we're actually starting to see this now, we're starting to see people flee to the masjid because of the toxic effects of isolation on their lives. You know, and you'd be surprised sometimes, but if masajid really have that relevance, they're really speaking to people's problems, their marriage problems, they're speaking to their shubuhat, their, the shahwa, the mental health issues that are running wild, the addictions and drug abuse and substance abuse. That's all it takes, really. Because people are dealing with a lot. And once they find that safe haven and that refuge, then this tool that hardly does anything to actually fill those voids will become irrelevant in their eyes. Now the masajid are irrelevant, or many masajid, not all masajid, many masajid are irrelevant to the lives of people because they don't speak to their problems. But once that is resolved, then we'll find that instead of virtual reality and social media platforms being the end, it'll just be a means to something more critical and more significant, and that's building a sense of community and actually growing with each other. So it is absolutely a means. We can't do away with this means, and we need to engage it and really engage it at that level. Wallahu a'lam. That's what I had, and I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to accept and give us tawfiq and understanding. Allahumma ameen. Jazakumullah khair.
Jazakallah khair, Shaykh Osama. That was amazing, and it was short and concise. And due to the time, any questions for Brother or Dr. Ahmad and Shaykh Osama?
Yeah, I have a question if possible.
Okay.
Right now, like you're saying that before, that like face interactions is more important than like online interactions. I'm not a huge fan of social media. I cannot relate to that. But the point is like that. Whenever you speak in social media, he has more human interaction more than the real life. Because right now, like you're coming over to the masjid and we all talk, so like you just like kind of talk to all of us, right? But in social media, you have the like option to talk to every single person like individually. So this is I think this is the first problem between the different we cannot fulfill everything in real life by that. For the first thing. So I think we need to make like a hotline for masjids or like all of that, so you can speak about the problem that you're talking about. Second thing, I'm sorry about saying that, but parents have a huge participating in that. Parents need the children to be perfect. So right now they are trying to achieve their own perfectionism on the internet, but in the same time when they come to masjid or in the house, we also be trying to be perfect in the mom and dad way, in the parents way. So you have the two problems right now. So in that end, you just tell them like social media, they are trying to be perfect in one way or another. But in the same time, the parents have a huge influence that, okay, you cannot do this, you cannot do that, you cannot do that. We don't treat children as a human. I'm not talking about all the parents, more about like, okay, so the moment that he gonna 18, the moment he gonna be above 18, he will want to leave everything behind. Because all of his life, all of his youth life, he was being instructed by 1, 2, 3, you can do this, and even he's scared to his mom and dad problems. So imagine, like, I think like Masjid have also to have a point that we must be like I'm not saying like the people that listen to the problems only, but also try to fix them, and not to be scared that you're gonna be like he has to be like safe when they come to us. You can imagine like right now I'm talking to you, and after that you're gonna tell my dad what happened. So there is no the safe point anymore. There's no like the getaway. So this is what I'm talking about. We have, if you really want to, first of all, to decrease the social media, we have to increase the social interaction. First of all, second of all, I'm asking about that. Second of all, we have to make a more irrelevant thing, like not only about religion. We have to attract people with more other activities. Not only every time they come and just hear lectures and just like listen to the same thing like over and over again. We need like to have a new ways to attract this youth. So this is my contribution.
Okay, so just to summarize really quick, the first point is that social media has positive influence, and that positive influence comes in that you can reach more people, whereas human interaction is limited to the people that you're around. And the second part is that growing up in some Muslim households, kids are instructed by rigid parents to be a certain way, and on social media they're allowed to be whoever they want. So, how do we balance that so that they don't run away? We'll start with Brother Ahmed.
Jazakallah khairan for your questions and points, brother. I'm just going to address your first point. I think the interaction that you get from social media is good as a complement, not as a substitute. So what I mean by that is, if you are rooted in a strong local context, so you have a family that you're on good terms with, and that you see often and spend time with, you have friends, physical friends in your immediate vicinity, and you have a community, like hopefully at your local masjid, that you see often, and you have that strong base where you're having frequent social in-person interactions. If you have that, then social media is great, because then it's just expanding your circle beyond the base that you have. Right, because then you're not just limited to people that are in your life every day, that you have a strong relationship with, but you're able to reach people all around the world, and that's a beautiful thing. I mean, again, I've been able to reach people and talk to people on social media that would never have happened in a previous world without social media. So it really democratizes social relations in that way. However, I think the problem is when people use social media as a substitute for having a strong local base of people. People use social media as a substitute for having family or having a community. And I want to build on Sheikh Osama's point here. The truth is, there's more to human interaction than just speech, right? So when you're on social media, how are you interacting with other people? It's through one of two means. Either you're FaceTiming, right? In which case the main means of interaction is visual, or you're texting. You're tweeting at each other, or you're sending messages to each other. That's textual, right? That's very, very limited social interaction, though. Like when you think of like all the amazing times you've had with friends and family, you don't just remember what was said, right? You don't just remember their face, right? There's endless, invisible, intangible, embodied cues that give meaning to your relationship. You relate to each other in an infinity of ways beyond just what you literally said, right? Or beyond just seeing their face. So you being together in each other's physical presence, there are hundreds of thousands of things that are happening just by being there together that aren't happening, that you're losing when they're on the other side of a screen, or when they're just emojis and words, on a screen on your phone. So that's, if all of human interaction is emojis and texts and faces on a screen, you are losing many things that are essential to healthy, rich communication, right? And that's the same reason why you can't it's not enough to just learn from people, right, through Zoom or whatever, right? Because the learning is not embodied, right? It's not grounded in your human body and in your physical environment. That's what gives it meaning and makes it last. And so, yes, social media is great for expanding our social circle, but that's the key point, though, expanding your social circle, not for constructing from scratch your social circle. And we can get into like the weeds on this, that some people just don't have that privilege, and so if they don't have social media, they have nothing. That's a whole other situation. But many people, they see social media as a way of basically substituting this world for the world that they actually live in. So I can now get away from my oppressive family and toxic community because I have my phone now. So I don't need any of that, right? And so they use this as a substitute, and the result, I think, is you think it's a better community, and maybe in some cases it is, but I think it's also it's a much more impoverished form of human communication and relationship building.
Jazakallah khair. And the second part of the question?
Yeah, sure. I guess let me say this. So, I say this as someone who live streams multiple times a week, just to be clear. And I'm often behind the screen in different classes, Zoom, or even just through the masjid, the khutbah, or the lectures. I do see it as an essential tool. I know that, without it, the masajid will remain in obscurity, absolutely irrelevant. And it's absolutely the real to bring a lot of those people who are deeply entrenched into that reality to the masjid, but it's a means, not an end. The other thing is about, our children and how to deal with that stuff. This goes back to just parenting methods, and sometimes there's a big disconnect for a number of reasons between the parents and the children. It's not about, getting them off of social media. It's about giving them a good alternative. You know what? If the alternative is go to the masjid and you have to memorize, and if you don't memorize you're going to get punished, or go to this class, well, if you don't, tahdidat, or all kinds of threats, it's not going to really do much to make this kid a better person. But if you actually talk to his heart, his mind and soul, and you make him very interested and engaged, I absolutely want to be part of this. And I'm telling you, I don't think it's impossible to bring the children or the younger generation back to the masjid. Absolutely not. There's so many examples of masajid that are doing this very successfully. But you just need to be relevant to their needs. You just need to give them a good alternative. You can't tell them leave social media and don't give them something else in place of it. Allahu alam yani.
Jazakallah khair. Any other questions from the audience, from the sisters' side? So inshallah we'll end with that. Jazakallah khair for everyone attending and for our guests. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.